almost had thing off. Was my audio not working there for a second? But welcome to the Wizard of Radical Self-Respect. My name's Jared Mello, and I'm the Shepherd of Black Sheep. Welcome, everyone. Tim, Bella, Kat, D, Livin. And you know what? Since I'm a stubborn panda, the more people would like me to start earlier, or it's really just one person, it makes me want to start even later. Miss Kim, how are you? Bella, how are things? Today we got a couple videos to go over, at least. There's Brian Etton's video and Savannah's video. Tony Bruschi did a little bit, but we'll see. We'll see. And yes, Kat, I'd seen Tiger Woods rolled his car, but he wasn't drinking. I think he was on maybe a drug. We'll see. We'll have to wait for more information to be revealed about that. I don't know if I like the sounds of Kat and Livin teaming up on me. I don't know if I like the sounds of that. Rhymer Jammer, what's shaking? Zelda, Daily Watcher, hello. UConn killing MSU in March Madness. How about that? No. CPP, welcome. Wendy, welcome. Sarah, welcome. Ellen, how are things? So today, like I said, we're going to examine some of the evidence that Ashley Banfield goes over. Like, did they go in through the front door? Did they go in through the back door? What does another person that worked with Sheriff Nanos say about him? We're going to go over all that. Also, though, before I begin, make sure you like the video. Likes are free, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already.
Hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my show. I really, really appreciate it. Please click to subscribe. Appreciate all your support for the channel. Today is day 55 in the search for Nancy Guthrie, which is kind of hard to wrap your mind around. It's now been almost 2 months since Nancy disappeared from her home outside Tucson in Pima County, Arizona, back on February 1st. I continue to be very invested in the story. I've got an interesting episode today. First of all, of course, I'll get to the latest with Savannah Guthrie's new interview that has come out now, part 2. I'll let you know what stood out to me with that. But also an interesting interview that I did that I'm going to share with you in this episode with a man named Dr. Carmona. Some new interesting information about whether the sheriff continues to have issues sharing vital information with the FBI. And you remember I reported early on in the investigation that that was a problem. And I'm learning some new information about why that may still be an issue. And you're going to hear from, again, this man, Dr. Carmona. His name's Dr. Richard Carmona. People kept telling me, you've got to talk to Dr. Carmona. You've got to talk to Dr. Carmona. He was a Pima County Sheriff's deputy. He was on the SWAT team. He was there for decades. He also is a physician, and he was the U.S. Surgeon General. And he lives in Tucson, and he knows a lot of the players involved, and he has a very interesting take on the Nancy Guthrie investigation, and he has an intimate behind-the-scenes look at what he thinks about the sheriff and the way the investigation is being handled. So I'm going to get to that in a second. First, though, I do want to play for you a couple of the highlights from Savannah's interview that just came out. Again, just like heart-wrenching, the agony that this woman...
But by the way, chat, do you want me to play part 3 of Savannah's interview first, or play Brian Etton first? I actually think before I continue this video, we should watch Savannah's thing first. But what do you think? I can imagine a better pair of gals, Livin says. C and L, Cat and Livin. Cat life livin'. Yes, I agree with you, Bella. I should have played that first. Part 3.
Did you wrestle with your faith throughout this? You're resolute and strong like your mama. But did you at some point during all of this have to wrestle with it?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm not done.
Mm.
But God doesn't tell us not to wrestle with him. This isn't some cheap faith. And my mom taught me that. God only requires our authentic presence. And that he has. But I never doubted. One of my mom's best friend told me that she had been going through a hard time, and she said to my mom, how have you kept your faith all these years? Why? Losing your husband, all the different things that my mom had been through.
By the way, that's what Israel means, I think, in Hebrew, to wrestle with God. So it's interesting Savannah is using that language, wrestling.
Like, Nancy, how do you keep your faith? And my mom said to her, well, where else would I go? And I hold that with me. But faith is how I will stay connected to my mom. God is how I'm holding hands with my mom. And I won't let sadness win for her. She taught me. See, I saw her grieve. I saw her world shatter. I saw it. And I saw her get up. And I saw her believe. And I saw her love. And I saw her hope. And I saw her smile. And I saw her laugh. I saw her joy. I saw her love of the world and adventure. I saw her belief. I saw her faith. She taught me. She taught all of us. And I may not do it as well as her, but I will do it. I will do it for my kids. I will. I will not fall apart. I will not let whoever did this take my children's mother from them. I will not let them take my joy. They will not take my sister's joy. They will not take my brother's joy. They will not take our love. They will not take our faith. But our anguish is real. We need help. We need someone to tell the truth.
Yes.
I have no anger in my heart. I have hope in my heart. I have love. But this family needs peace.
Yes. Yes.
I don't think we deserve anything more or less than any other person. We don't say, why us, why me, why anything. If I say why me for this horrible thing, then I have to say why me for all the beautiful blessings of my life. Well then, yes, why? I don't know why.
I mean, Savannah has some good wisdom, I think. I think her mother taught her it. Like I always said, when Nancy was saying if Savannah doesn't want to leave the nest, then I didn't do my job. That shows a lot of wisdom from Nancy there. And I think she passed that wisdom on to her daughter. And probably her brother and other sister too. But you can see it in how Savannah's processing all this and how she's trying to adapt her attitude too. Like the attitude of how she looks at it. I think that's all you can do. So I think she's been doing a good job, all things considering.
I'm grateful for my blessings. And I'm heartbroken for the sorrow.
Yes.
I'm heartbroken.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
I am crushed, but I am not abandoned. We are not alone. Until we need an answer. And someone has it in their power to help. It is never too late. And when you do, the warmth of love and forgiveness that will come will be greater than can be imagined. I know what it is to be forgiven.
Yes.
And there is no greater joy.
Yes.
And that joy awaits whoever can hear this and find it in their heart to help.
Yes. You're focusing on people in Tucson. Somebody there must have seen or known something and maybe forgot about it or didn't pay attention to it.
How can someone vanish
Yeah.
without a trace?
Yeah.
How? Someone knows something, even if that something is someone's been acting strange for the last 7-8 weeks, even if it's just that. Somebody knows. And maybe somebody's afraid. And I understand that. But our hearts are in agony. We can't breathe. We can't live. We can't go on. We can't be at peace. We can't go forward. We have to know what happened to her.
Yes. You talked about coming back to New York. One of the other enduring images for me was walking into Studio 1A and seeing you there, speaking to everybody. What was it like for you walking back in there?
I really wanted to come and see everybody.
Yeah.
I just love this beautiful place that we call home, where we get to come and be every day. And I know how much people have prayed for me and loved me. All the people that you see on TV, you know, and then all the people that you don't. All the notes and messages that I have received are just so beautiful. I just wanted to be with my family. They're my family too.
You said something when you were there, and you said, I don't know how to come back, and I don't know how not to come back.
Yeah, that's how I feel when I look at the Today Show, which is the answer to all my dreams, actually better than my dreams.
So how about coming back? I know everyone's wondering.
So it's hard to imagine doing it because it's such a place of joy and lightness, and I can't come back and try to be something that I'm not. But I can't not come back because it's my family. I think it's part of my purpose right now. I want to smile. And when I do, it will be real. And my joy will be my protest. My joy will be my answer. And being there is joyful. And when it's not, I'll say so. And I've been so grateful to have this family. I consider this my family, my greater family. And when times are hard, you want to be with your family. And I want to be with my family. And so I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I'll belong anymore. But I would like to try. I would like to try. And I'm not going to be the same. But maybe it's like that old poem, more beautiful in the broken places.
I mean,
Wow.
that was put perfectly, Jenna. I feel like I just want.
More beautiful in the broken places. They're similar to who said that? Ernest Hemingway. All of us, I think he said, all of us are broken, but some of us are strong in the broken places. I think that's what she's referring to.
I want to talk to you because there's no one at this table who's closer to Savannah than you. You guys are like sisters. And I just wanted you to say a few words.
Well, I just want to say everything she said to you over the last 2 days is perfectly Savannah. She has been braver than I can even imagine. She has been so vulnerable. I mean, she took her pain, her heart, her faith, her family in the midst of her despair. She laid it on the table for all of us. She didn't have to do that.
No, she didn't.
And she has, and I think of all of those people who have had heartbreak, they feel seen.
I was thinking that too, because she said she has a purpose. And I was thinking, if you can come here and sit here and do this job through that, you are showing something incredible. And I think a lot of people are wondering, well, when is she coming back? Well, she is coming back to this job that she loves here at Today. And we're glad to say that she will start here, sitting next to this wonderful human being, Craig, Monday, April the 6th.
Because she is not going to let sadness win. The joy is going to be her protest. It is where she belongs. It's where we all want her to be. We cannot wait to welcome her back with open arms here in Studio 1E. There's not been a day that's passed since all of this went down where someone has not come up to me and then someone said, when's Savannah coming back?
When's Savannah coming back?
Yes.
April 6th.
And what's wonderful is it's almost symbolic, after Easter and the resurrection, rising. And I think as a family we'll hold hands and help her.
I had not thought about that.
Of course you did, Mr.
And
Roker.
she had, of course.
Of course,
too,
of course. And I think from her point of view too, I was thinking, imagine if all of your life is so chaotic.
So she might come back after Easter, apparently, and kind of be like the phoenix rising from the ashes or Christ rising from the dead. Symbolic. Makes sense.
There's a place to come that's normal. Like this is for her a normal pillar in her life.
She knows she has all of our support.
Yeah.
We can't wait to give
And she's
that
had
to her.
ours all the time.
I do think we should mention something else here before we take a quick break. You've sat here for a few weeks. You got a lot happening in your life. You got 2 girls you're rearing by yourself. You got a couple you're running. And when the coach called and they said we need somebody to come in and pinch hit, you didn't bat an eye.
And we needed you.
Oh, I love you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You know what? That's why when we say family, we need it. And when Savannah comes back on the 6th, which is going to be a beautiful reunion for you guys. If you'd like to hear all 3 parts of our conversation, we're putting them together in a podcast. Just search Today for wherever you listen. And also, we're going to have more on Savannah. There's a special dateline. We hope more people will see this and maybe someone will know something. It'll be tonight at 9, 8 Central. Savannah did say her fantasy from doing this is that somebody, like she was saying, saw something and it'll jar their memory or jar their courage to come out and say it.
Maybe. It's possible. I mean, I don't know. We haven't seen it yet, but we'll see.
That spotlight, it's also reflecting light, and Savannah and her family are doing that for other missing family members.
That's very important to her. You're right.
To the point you just made, by the way, again, if you have any information that could help in the search for Nancy, a reminder, there's a reward of up to $1 million. And we also urge you to call that phone number on your screen there. It's 1-800-CALL-FBI. Can't wait to have you back, SG. We'll be right back.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget, you can catch the Today Show.
All right, now back to Brian Etten. I mean, it's inspiring that she's able to use her faith like this. This is a demonstration of why faith is important for people, right?
Who lied on an application.
Also, folks, please remember to like the video while you're here. Likes are free.
He was the U.S. Surgeon General, and he lives in Tucson, and he knows a lot of the players involved, and he has a very interesting take on the Nancy Guthrie investigation, and he has an intimate behind-the-scenes look at what he thinks about the sheriff and the way the investigation is being handled. So I'm going to get to that in a second. First, though, I do want to play for you a couple of the highlights from Savannah's interview that just came out. Again, just like heart-wrenching, the agony that this woman and that her family are still in. And I can't even wrap my mind around it, 55 days later, the fact that they still have no answers, and the grace that she shows and the strength that she shows in this moment, to me, is just totally mind-blowing. So I want you to hear her talk about how she has kept her faith alive through all of this. And, normally I focus on the investigative stuff, and I'm going to in a second, but this really moved me. How she has remained faithful through all of this and how that has kept her feeling close to her mother. Listen to this.
My mom's best friend told me that she had been going through a hard time, and she said to my mom, how have you kept your faith all these years? Why? Losing your husband, all the different things that my mom had been through. Like, Nancy, how do you keep your faith? And my mom said to her, well, where else would I go? And I hold that with me. But faith is how I will stay connected to my mom. God is how I'm holding hands with my mom. And I won't let sadness win for her. She taught me. See, I saw her grieve. I saw her world shatter. I saw it. And I saw her get up. And I saw her believe. And I saw her love. And I saw her hope. And I saw her smile. And I saw her laugh. I saw her joy. I saw her love of the world and adventure. I saw her belief. I saw her faith. She taught me. She taught all of us. And I may not do it as well as her, but I will do it. I will do it for my kids. I will. I will not fall apart. I will not let whoever did this take my children's mother from them. I will not let them take my joy.
Just, again, to think of.
And that's really admirable, right? And it's hard. It's extremely difficult to not let them take your joy. But I'm a big advocate of when people really kill it in their own lives. And again, like, you're going to feel some hurt and upset over this, of course, right? There's no way you're not going to. But to continue being able to put one foot in front of the other and like rise above, to me, that's one of the best ways.
What she is going through and how strong she is. And when she talks about what her mom went through, she's talking about when her dad died. Her dad died when she was young, and her mom had to raise her and her sister and her brother alone at that point. And, it just, the whole thing is, it's hard to wrap your mind around. And again, it's one of the reasons that I remain so invested in the case, because I can't stop thinking about the fact that this woman just disappeared, that Nancy just disappeared, and that there's no answers. And how does that happen? And we all think about our own moms. And so it's powerful when you hear Savannah describe the way that she's handling this. She also talks about the not knowing, the fact that there is no new information, and that there is someone out there who there is someone out there who could make one phone call and could bust this case wide open.
How can someone vanish without a trace?
Yeah.
How? Someone knows something, even if that something is someone's been acting strange for the last 7-8 weeks, even if it's just that. Somebody knows. And maybe somebody's afraid. And I understand that. But our hearts are in agony. We can't breathe. We can't live. We can't go on. We can't be at peace. We can't go forward. We have to know what happened to her.
So hopefully someone will do the right thing. You heard Maureen.
Yeah, and not knowing exactly what happened. I mean, there's no body, there's been no funeral, etc. I do think she's in the process of trying to accept it, considering what she said yesterday, that she said God told her that Nancy's with him. Okay. I think that kind of points towards working on acceptance, right? But still not knowing. And the fact that in this day and age, this person's been able to get away with it for this long. No sign of Nancy, no trace of Nancy. And as far as we know, no closer to any arrests. I mean, unless they're withholding a lot of information, which they are, but even so, the only reason why they would be doing that is because they think it could hurt their case. So unless they got something in their back pocket here, I don't know what they would be waiting for. I think they just don't have much. They don't have much, and that's really all there is to it. They're hoping for genetic genealogy, but we'll see.
O'Connell, the retired FBI agent, friend of mine on the show yesterday, saying, like, you know, she hopes that someone will do the right thing and call, but at this point, if the $1 million reward already has not tempted someone, you wonder what it will take. But, you know, maybe if they see Savannah talking and hear the pain in her voice, it'll make a difference. So Savannah says she's going to be back on the Today Show April 6th. So you imagine how difficult that'll be. And we'll just have to, you know, maybe between now and then.
April 6th, that's when she's coming back. Savannah Guthrie back to work April 6th. And I say, and that's her explanation for it, I totally get. Like, you don't want to let them rob you of everything. Right? And so that's your family. That's what gives you joy, being with your family, your work family, and your at-home family. Then by all means, go do it. I think that's living the best you can, considering the circumstances, I think.
There'll be some resolution in the case. You never know. But I want to get to my interview now with Dr. Carmona. Again, he was a longtime sheriff's deputy in Pima County. He's also a physician, and he was the U.S. Surgeon General. So I mean, he's had an incredible career.
This guy's got quite the background here. Surgeon General, was a sheriff, doctor. Like, he's got all sorts of stuff going on.
And he has a very interesting perspective on everything going on with Nancy Guthrie, and specifically, you guys have heard me talk about before, with the sheriff of Pima County. There's this push right now to essentially throw him out. There's a possible recall coming up where they want to have a special election. People are not happy with the way he's handled the Nancy Guthrie investigation. And there are other issues too. They say he's lied under oath about his disciplinary history at his previous job in El Paso. So listen to my conversation with Dr. Carmona. Dr. Carmona, I really appreciate you joining me. Just for my viewers, tell me a little bit about yourself. I know you worked within law enforcement for quite some time. You're a doctor, obviously. You were Surgeon General. If you don't mind, just give me a little bit of background so people kind of know where you're coming at this from.
Yeah, sure. My background started in special operations in the military, as the U.S. Army Special Forces, and that's where I first started getting involved. You know, many years later, I had the opportunity to go to school. I came from a poor family. Was a high school dropout, and I got a GED in the Army. And ultimately, I just kept moving up from there with more education. In law enforcement, I worked with the Sheriff's Department for about 34 years, and I was a deputy sheriff and then the SWAT team leader for most of that time. I was a detective for a while, but most of my time in law enforcement was in special operations, what you'd call a SWAT team, dealing with high-risk situations on a regular basis. During that time, I'd also gone to medical school, and I continued to work as a law enforcement officer, even though I was a physician. And then when I was nominated as Surgeon General and confirmed unanimously by the Senate, I was still working in both jobs, being a physician as well as being a police officer.
So he wasn't the sheriff, but he was still working in law enforcement. Mavs, thank you for becoming a member. You now have access to the members-only live streams. Woot woot is right. That sounds like a good endorsement for Hootie Snacks. Likes help me buy some Hootie snacks for my spirit animal, Shadow the Night Owl. Folks watching out there, make sure you like, subscribe to the channel if you're not already. Come say hello to the flock of black sheep here in the live chat. And I go live almost every night to talk about true crime and current events. Usually it's a little bit after 10 p.m. The last few nights I've been a little lagging behind, 10:30 and later, of which certain folks like to remind me. But I appreciate all the support I'm getting so far. It's been great to have you all on board the Black Sheep Express.
So it's it's kind of unusual, but I love the public service side on law enforcement, and I also appreciated the opportunity to be a physician and ultimately the Surgeon General of the United States. And all of those experiences really were very germane to being better at the job of Surgeon General, where my job description was to protect, promote, and advance the health, safety, and security of the United States, which included responding to all hazards threats and dealing with law enforcement, federal, state, emergency operations, all of those type things. So it better prepared me for that big job of being Surgeon General.
And how long were you with Pima County with the sheriff's office?
34 years.
34 years. Wow. Okay, that's
Yeah.
amazing. So we've obviously been covering the Nancy Guthrie disappearance since February 1st. It's now been almost 2 months. With all your experience and your knowledge of Pima County and all the people that you know, where do you think things are at right now? Because there's some people, oh, is this a cold case? Are they close? Like, what is your gut telling you? Hey guys, I was in Arizona for almost a month and a half, and my eating habits, they were not great. There was so much good Mexican food, and I found myself eating late at night when I would get done with work. Renewing subscription purchase.
Well, people say a rebellion. Kat's schedule's all over the place, though, where it's hard to know when she'll be up and when she won't be.
Make healthier eating easy with Factor.
Well, first and foremost, I want to be clear to the viewers that I am not involved in this investigation. This is a department is still close to my heart, and I know many of the officers are still there. But
I will make a concerted effort to be earlier tomorrow. That's my promise. Sweet Caroline, thank you so much for the super chat here. Super chats are a great way to support the channel and get questions answered. And they help support me buying Hootie snacks for the spirit animal of the show, Shadow the Night Owl. Thank you very much, Sweet Caroline. I always appreciate all of your support. I appreciate everyone's support. There you go. I like that, Charity.
I know what the public knows. So the thing that we're most concerned with an elderly lady who is on medication, has medical problems with this much time, unless there's somebody that is taking care of her, it's unlikely she would survive this long because, she requires medicine on a regular basis. So we're concerned. And, Savannah her daughter comes from our community. I knew her when she was a young reporter in Tucson and would interview me on different cases, interview me on emergency medicine things. So it's really close to our heart. And it's just heartbreaking to see what has happened and then have the issue of the case being complicated by some of the challenges that are caused by the present sheriff.
And Savannah has now said, I don't know if you saw her latest interview, but.
And here's the thing. This is just another person in law enforcement that doesn't speak highly of Sheriff Nanos. I have not seen one person that has worked with Sheriff Nanos, under him in particular, that have said anything good about him. There's just been not one. Former Undersheriff Rick Castiger, when he was above Sheriff Nanos, he said, yeah, Nanos wasn't that bad. But as you'll see tomorrow, I'm uploading a video about narcissists in the workplace. And what they do, they treat their superiors night and day differently than they treat the people under them. And that wouldn't be bad, but what they do to the people under them is belittle them, micromanage them, and pretty much treat them terribly. That's really the issue. And you see that playing out in this case.
But she said, these are some new things that we didn't know, that the back doors were propped open to Nancy's house. that, she was taken in her pajamas without shoes, that her phone and items and wallet, everything was still left in the house. What does that tell you?
Well, again, I want to be clear that I'm not part of the investigation.
Right.
And I'm getting
Totally.
this information from you.
Yeah, I just mean based on your experience, just as your opinion.
To begin with, why would anybody want to kidnap an elderly lady? Okay, so what is the motive? And that's the first thing. Why would this happen? And that requires an in-depth investigation of everybody, from family members, friends, people in the neighborhood, the cameras that you've heard about so often. So it's not clear to me, because I don't understand the motive. And there may be more information that has been garnered that would be directed at defining what the motive is, which then would be able to identify potential candidates who might want to do something like that, rather than just a senior citizen who maybe was disoriented and wandered. And we would get...
Wait a minute. So was there an arrest made? But Snow Baby, is this connected to the case in any way, or is that just a completely different kidnapping case? We have to make sure first. Maureen, welcome. But we don't know that yet, do we?
Calls like that all the time. A grandma who has a little dementia who disappeared, or a disoriented person because they're taking certain medication. So it's not always a crime. And most of the time when you have somebody lost like that, it is not a crime. It's just that they have medical problems and challenge, and you find them walking and they forgot where they are, and so you bring them home or you bring them to the hospital. So I don't have any specific inside information. I am very curious, and I am...
Miss Kim, thanks for becoming a member, Miss Kim. I appreciate you being a mod, and I'm glad you found us as well.
Things are not coming together in the public, and with the information I know that makes sense. Why would you kidnap an elderly lady? The fact that the doors were open, could it be that we have an elderly lady just forgot to close the door, for instance? Again, so I don't want to be making any guesses, and it may be that our FBI and Sheriff's Department detectives are aware of some of these things, but those are the thoughts that you have when you're putting this together. Don't jump to any conclusions. Look at the evidence, seal the crime scene. There are things on day 3 that may be germane to an investigation that if you didn't keep the crime scene intact, you'd be corrupting the crime scene and they wouldn't be valid anymore in a case, for instance. So again, I'm looking from the outside in, but I will say that I know many of our officers in the department, and they're quite competent. They've handled complex investigations before. The FBI guys in town, I know them very well and have worked with them over the years, the same thing. And so my concern was the distraction caused by the poor leadership by the sheriff, which created a story of its own at a time when we should all be focused on finding Savannah's mother.
Eve, welcome. So we'll check this out, Pima County arrest here. We'll see. We'll see if this means anything here. We'll play this for a second longer first.
That's the mission, not debating whether or not a sheriff is competent or not. The fact that we raise those issues are outrageous during an investigation.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And, initially when we started covering this in the first couple of weeks, we started to hear about the sheriff. We started to hear complaints about the sheriff. I mean, it became pretty clear when we came to Tucson, a lot of people didn't like him, and we were getting all that information. But I was trying to kind of not ignore it, but like you said, keep the focus on Nancy. As an outsider, a national reporter, that didn't interest me as much initially, but then it just kind of became impossible.
Yes, Brenda, I do not like being controlled because I was controlled constantly as a kid. So things that remind me of being smothered and being controlled, I really hate to this day. Especially when people go on and on and on about the same things. It's like, okay, I heard you the first time. So that's what I don't like. But I'll be starting earlier.
Possible to ignore, especially because we started hearing from our FBI sources that initially, they felt like they were being left out of information, that there was this beef between the sheriff and the FBI. So it did become more relevant. You mentioned you know people in the FBI. Have you heard any of those concerns?
All the time. But even before this case, the present sheriff, Nanos, has very little support from the community of law enforcement. We have a couple of dozen law enforcement agencies in Southern Arizona, federal, state, local, okay? And most people would prefer not to do business with him because he's just not a good leader. And you hear the same complaints all the time from our colleagues. You know, he is very volatile. He leads by intimidation and coercion. He doesn't inspire people to be better, which is what real leaders do. So people do not enjoy interacting with him. And during this case, it was, actually demonstrated because FBI agents who I knew had told me, he said, I don't know what's the matter. He's not sharing information with us. He sent the evidence to a private lab in Florida, and then he claimed it was cheaper. Well, the FBI doesn't charge you when you're working with them, and you have the best forensics lab in the world. Why wouldn't you use them? Okay, because the fact is that we have a very good reputation in Southern Arizona with ATF, DEA, FBI, state agencies. When something bad happens, we work together in a seamless system because some agencies may have more depth information, technology that can help in an investigation. So we share that. And when we do a press conference, we stand together as one. That's what we call force multipliers, working together to solve a problem. You didn't see that happen here, and so.
No collaboration is basically what he's saying. No collaboration between Pima County law enforcement and the FBI. Unfortunate.
From the very beginning, the talk within the law enforcement community was just that. People going, well, it's Nanos. What do you expect? On a good day, he doesn't work well with us. And so I think the sad part for me and many of my colleagues was that we are generating stories which are not germane to finding Savannah's mom. And that's what the mission needs to be. And all of the other stories, which are important when you have a sheriff that is allegedly incompetent, and that's not my words, but other law enforcement agencies in town feel that way, that detracts from what we're supposed to be doing. Every single shred of our energy should be directed at finding out what happened and bringing closure to Savannah and her family. And with all the distractions, it makes it much more difficult.
Yeah, he's not wrong about that. But we're going to take a detour here real quick. Have a great night, Mongoose. Let's see what this is all about. Pima County deputy fired after kidnapping arrest. Let's see if this looks like anything.
Please state your name, sir.
Travis Avery Reynolds.
Great. Mr. Reynolds, this is the time for your initial appearance. You were here this morning on charges of kidnapping. That is a felony offense. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing. Oh, is it the public defender or? All right. We haven't received the information from the Office of Court Appointed Counsel. We're going to appoint the Public Defender's Office for today's purposes. And you do have counsel seated with you for today's hearing. We are going to determine your conditions of release.
What I can't see is the wrist. The wrist is the part that's important if it were to look like the porch.
This morning. I have reviewed the interim complaint. I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services, which lets me know whether there's any prior felony history. I'm not sure if that background noise is coming from the jail or if someone else isn't muted. Okay. And it also lets me know about your ties to the community, including employment.
I wish the screens were bigger. I don't know why they put it on this. It's hard. It's really hard to see right now. I can't tell.
References and their assessments and recommendations. Finally, I have reviewed the state's recommendation, the prosecution $50,000. Would the state like to be heard further?
Yes, Your Honor. $50,000 plus a pretrial services if he is released. This particular offense that is alleged is very, very concerning. Just given the occupation of the accused and the.
But to be clear, as of now, this has zero relation to Nancy Guthrie. It's people speculating it might, but as of now, there's no official connection at all. I want to make that clear. I'm looking to see if I think it. I mean, it's so difficult right now, just from this little bit. I mean, are we going to see more?
Power dynamics between him and the victim. There's indications that this might have happened before. The victim would like to see he shouldn't be returning back to the jail or the incident location. No weapons, no contact. The victim in this case is very afraid of this defendant because of that power position that he had, of the power dynamics, and that he might retaliate against her. And so for those reasons, we're asking for the bond plus the release. Also, it's on the form, but requesting no contact with the victim.
Thank you. And defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're asking that you release him to pretrial services. He's a lifelong resident of the state of Arizona. He has housing. He's full-time employed. The alleged victim in this case verified that information and appears to be willing to assume third-party custody of the defendant in this case. I would imagine that means she doesn't object to his release.
A little bit of a information gap because I don't believe that's the victim.
Okay. I get things mixed up then. I apologize.
So this is a Pima County deputy that got arrested for basically kidnapping and holding someone, this woman. So that's really all it is right now. Some people think, oh, it reminded them of the porch cam person. I'm not saying it does yet. You have to see his wrist. I can't see his wrist. If you could see his wrist, you'd probably at least be able to tell whether you can rule him out or not. I mean, right now I can't.
Let me address a few other matters, though, Your Honor. This individual has no prior convictions whatsoever, felony or misdemeanor, no prior failure to appears. He scored a 2 on the NCA scale and a 1 on the FTA scale. For all those reasons, we're asking that you release him from custody here today to pretrial services.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Reynolds, I'm ordering that you're held on a bond of $200,000, cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to pretrial services. Monitoring or treatment is directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. If you do possess any firearms, you must surrender them to local law enforcement. No contact with the alleged victim and do not return to the incident location. I'm going to schedule your preliminary hearing for April 6th. That will be at 1:30 in the afternoon. That court date may change. It's important to stay in touch with your attorney and make sure you are aware of your court dates because if you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Mr. Reynolds? All right, that's all for today.
Let's see. So there are tattoos here, but I can't see the part that matters. I mean, my official thought is there's not enough information to tell yet. Not enough info. And what was the reasoning behind this, this kidnapping as well? Maybe this will say something.
So if you want to know what's going on in Pima County, where Nancy Guthrie disappeared, this is what's going on in Pima County. This is Travis Reynolds, okay? He is a former Pima County deputy sheriff, okay, who was just fired because he's being arraigned on kidnapping charges. Now, these kidnapping charges have nothing to do with Nancy Guthrie, okay? Absolutely nothing to do with Nancy Guthrie. And let me tell you what Mr. Reynolds did, okay? What Mr. Reynolds did, okay? And this is the office that was investigating or is investigating the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, also as a kidnapping. I realize that this is small, but I'm going to do the best that I can to elaborate and read what is said. Okay. So this happens, I believe, on 3/19 of 2026. Okay. So very recently. Okay. Mr. Reynolds is transporting a young woman from the arrest to the jail. Okay. And it starts with him having her in the back seat, and he has has her handcuffed behind the back, okay, which is standard protocol. And then when they get to the precinct or where the jail is, right here, you could say he kept her up here. It says her hands, which were handcuffed from behind to the front of her body. He kept her hands in handcuffs. He then re-entered his vehicle where they shared a vape pen, smoking and talking. He then...
That sounds like it's probably not even like okay, but you never know with that. I don't know. Like, can you give a person a cigarette? I mean, sometimes that happens, I guess, but is it illegal? I don't know.
Told her that he could help her with her case. She asked how he would do this, and he explained he would not go to court. He also stated that they could go to a hotel and have sex, or she could perform oral sex on him. She did not respond. And then he asked her if she would suck his dick, and then showed her multiple videos on his phone. The videos were of a male, presumably Travis, according to the victim, having sexual intercourse with a woman from behind. The only portion of the video that was visible was the penis in the hand. She could not identify the woman, but assumed he was showing these videos to suggest what.
So what it sounds like happened is he offered her a blackmail, or not a blackmail, but a bribe. If you go down on me, maybe I'll release you or something like that.
But she would be engaging in this type of activity. He also showed her a video of a male masturbating. The male's penis in this video looked like the video one and the other. She was trying to be nice and not trying to be mean since she wanted to get out of the vehicle. She stated that she thought to herself, holy shit, be nice, you're stuck in the back seat. It goes on to say that he asked her to show him her tits, which she obliges. She lifts her shirt up. She had a lacy bra on, and they're shown. Okay. Then he finally brings her in. He has her in the time frame 9:46 to 11:26 p.m. Other people are going in and out. Other prisoners are going in and out. She notes that. Pima County reviews the footage and it corroborates. So they terminate.
So you think also they have body cam footage, and I'm pretty sure these cop cars have cameras. So I don't know if he tried to turn it off or something. It just seems like a very foolish thing to be doing in the cop car.
Terminate him, and they charge him with kidnapping. What in the actual fuck? What in the actual fuck? So if you want to know what's going on in Pima County, from the arrest to the jail, okay? And it starts with him having her in the back seat, and he has her handcuffed behind the back, okay, which is standard protocol. And then when they get to the precinct or where the jail is, right here, you could say he kept her up here. It says,
oh, what do we got here? Mav's wifey, thank you very much for the super chat. We got some hootie snacks. Shadow the Night Owl is going to be eating good tonight. Woo! Thank you, Mavs. I appreciate your support. And for those of you who don't know, this case, this guy, Travis, it's not officially linked to Nancy Guthrie, but the guy did basically kidnap this woman and tried to exploit her and offer her a bribe. I mean, it's very foolish. So he's arrested for kidnapping. I mean, it sounds to me, Snow Baby, this sounds more like just a perv. The guy's a perv. That kind of seems like what this is about.
Her hands, which were handcuffed from behind to the front of her body. He kept her hands in handcuffs. He then re-entered his vehicle where they shared a vape pen, smoking and talking. He then told her that he could help her with her case. She asked how he would do this, and he explained he would not go to court. He also stated that they could go to a hotel and have sex, or she could perform oral sex on him. She did not respond, and then he asked her.
So he offered to help her with the case and said, we can have sex or you can give me oral sex. Bribe. Exploitation.
If she would suck his dick, and then showed her multiple videos on his phone. The videos were of a male, presumably Travis, according to the victim, having sexual intercourse with women from behind.
This is another deputy in the Pima County's Sheriff's Department. So he's fired now, of course. And because he didn't go straight to the jail, he got kidnapping charges.
The only portion of the video that was visible was the penis in the hand. She could not identify the woman, but assumed he was showing these videos to suggest what she would be engaging in this type of activity. He also showed her a video of a male masturbating. The male's penis in this video looked like the video one in the other. She was trying to be nice and not trying to be mean since she wanted to get out of the vehicle. She stated that she thought to herself, holy shit, be nice, you're stuck in the back seat. It goes on to say that he asked her to show him her tits, which she obliges. She lifts her shirt up. She had a lacy bra on, and they are shown. Okay. Then he finally brings her in. He has her in the time frame 9:46 to 11:26 p.m. Other people are going in and out. Other prisoners are going in and out. She notes that. Pima County reviews the footage and it corroborates. So they terminate him and they charge him with kidnapping. What in the...
So I'm confused though. Did the actual acts go down? Like, did he do those things or did he attempt to do those things? She's not being clear about it. So I don't know.
Actual fuck. What in the actual fuck?
So like he tried to take her to the hotel or he did take her to the hotel. I still haven't gotten that part yet. But either way, he's caught. That's the most important thing now, is he's caught. Hopefully nothing happened, but you never know.
Do you think the issues that you describe with Sheriff Nanos have specifically impacted this investigation?
Well, I would say I don't have any inside information, being I'm not an investigator, I'm not involved in the case, but I would say yes in this way. It distracts from all of the attention being on the mission, because we have reporters more interested in what the sheriff said or didn't say each day, or how he has, pushed away federal agencies trying to help us and so on. So I that's where I think it takes away. I would tell you the investigators are great investigators out there. The guys I know that are involved, the commanders I know, good people, but the leadership has failed. And that creates a story of its own that is unnecessary and self-imposed because of incompetence.
Do you think it's gotten better between the sheriff's office and the FBI as the investigation has gone on? I'm just wondering, it's been almost 2 months. Do you think they're still having, are you still hearing from the FBI that they're having issues working together?
Here's what I would say on that. I think that the FBI are, these are, the preeminent investigators in the world, and the lab and technology they have are second to none. I think they have been very gracious and diplomatic in dealing with a person that has not been fair with them, and offered all the resources of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, which were not accepted at times. So again, I'm not there, but the circle of people I know, there's still concern of how he's operating. So not having inside information, I cannot tell you specifically an answer to your question. But the fact that we arrived at this point where we have to ask, is there collegial relationships between these agencies? Right there tells me there's a problem, because what the public should see is that we're working seamlessly as law enforcement specialists in this area to solve this crime. And right now, there's many questions that are being generated by the public as well as law enforcement agencies as to the competence of the individual who is ostensibly in charge of this, the sheriff.
True. So while you're here, please remember to like the video. Likes are free. gotta try to get to 500 likes tonight. We haven't been making it, but the views are a little down here. We got to do something about that. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already. Like I said, super chats, great way to support the channel and get questions answered. Super stickers, great way to support the channel. Becoming a channel member gives you access to the members only live streams. And come say hello to the flock of black sheep here in the live chat. We got a great group of people here.
One thing I've wondered from the beginning is, why you mentioned, how robust the FBI is, the resources that they have, even the way they were able to work with Google to get the camera, the images off the camera when the sheriff initially said it was impossible. Why wouldn't he want to utilize them as much as possible? Because in the end, if they solve the case, it still would make him look good, I think. I mean, he's still the sheriff. He's still a part of it. You know what I mean? Like, I guess that's the way, if I were him, I would be thinking.
Well, if I were him, that's the way I would be thinking, okay? If we had that position. And it is really a conundrum for all of us because we've worked with these agencies before and we have a great group of investigators, but a lot of these agencies have unique capabilities, like the forensics lab with FBI. I think they brought in almost 70 FBI agents to assist in this investigation. And yet to have them shunned and not use them maximally is a bad decision to begin with. So it's really confusing for all of us. I would say that what we would expect to see is at a press conference, not only the sheriff, but the senior investigators there, other agencies are helping, and have the public see that this is a team effort with people that have diverse backgrounds and experiences and technology that are working together to solve this crime, rather than having one guy wanting to be in charge and claim credit for everything.
What do you think about the sheriff's messaging? Because I think some people in the public are confused because sometimes he'll say one thing, he'll say another thing. Even there's this January 11th date that we've been reporting for weeks that is significant. The FBI has told us through sources that they believe one of the photos from the front camera is from January 11th. And the sheriff just kept saying, we don't know why everybody keeps reporting that. It's not true. And now he's actually said, oh, actually, it is significant. And we do think it's like, do you think that that mixed messaging confuses people?
Well, first of all, your question isn't germane to this issue. The public has to have trust in its law enforcement agency. You cannot lead without trust. And when you have a sheriff that has to keep correcting himself and changing his story every day.
That's a big one. You can't lead without trust. And that's one of the problems here. I think when Sheriff Nanos contradicts himself and everyone underneath him doesn't have confidence in him, that's the opposite of trust, of course. So how can you lead when you don't even have the trust of the people underneath you? That's why just moving forward, it's already, I think, too late for the Nancy Guthrie case. But moving forward in Pima County, I mean, you want a more competent leader that the other people can get behind and trust. Because that other case with that bribe kidnapping, that's all happening under Sheriff Nanos. How does that happen? I mean, it's a pretty big story. It's a pretty big story regardless of where you are. Even if it wasn't in Pima County, that's a big thing. It's an abuse of power, right?
Hey, the public loses faith in you. They lose trust in you. This information was available. He didn't understand, and I don't know why he kept making mistakes, but it was like when he sent the evidence to a private lab and was questioned about it, and he says, well, I did that because it was cheaper. Well, but we all know the FBI doesn't charge you for an investigation. The tax dollars are already supporting that. So, but he would come out with these things, and it was like below the level of a real seasoned leader. I mean, was he just ignorant? Was he being stressed and he just couldn't communicate well? But the fact that you have to come back repeatedly day after day and give explanations of what you said the day before and why is it different, you're undermining your position, and the public continues to lose trust in you. That is the problem, and it creates a whole other problem because now the people don't know, well, is this a good investigation? Are they really doing the right thing? Why isn't the FBI more involved? Why isn't other agencies more involved? I remember the day he showed up at the basketball game, and We had FBI agents from around the country all helping, and he's sitting there with his chief watching a basketball game. And the optics were so bad because this was at the peak of the investigation. And you think, everybody said, and I was standing in that stadium with the FBI agents, and they said, you know, a regular person would realize that the optics of this are so bad. If you want to watch the game, you'd watch it at home on TV. Not
correct. He's talking about how Sheriff Nanos got caught or spotted, I should say, at the basketball game. I mean, considering this is in the first 3 days, it just doesn't look good. Don't be out in public having leisure when the biggest story to hit your town maybe ever is all over the news and the sheriff is at a basketball game. It just looks terrible. I mean, sure, you're not going to work 24/7, but it would look good if you tried to. It would look good if you did try to do something similar to that. Hey, I don't want to rest and have leisure until we at least got a good lead here, until at least we have a suspect. But he didn't do that. He didn't do that. And it just doesn't look good. It's bad optics, bad for the image. And as a narcissistic person, if anyone should know what the image is, it's him.
sit on national TV when the major investigation in the nation is taking place, and you're sitting there with your chief watching a basketball game where all of these federal resources and state resources are being dedicated to this case. The optics were terrible. But then that, brings up another issue, common sense. And it seems in his leadership, common sense is uncommon.
And that is true, Rooster. You're not supposed to bring your work home. The problem is when you're a cop or a sheriff and there's a missing person that might be, their life could be hanging in the balance, then whether it's right or wrong, people might be like, well, we do want you to bring it home in that case. We do want you to take more of this than maybe would be warranted in another job because someone's life's at stake. So it's just how it looks. What was I going to say? Oh, yes. Please remember to like the video. Likes are free. Likes help me pay for Shadow the Night Owl's Hootie Snacks. Many black sheep are night owls as well. And say hello to the flock of black sheep here in the live chat. And again, I want to thank everyone for helping me get to 40,000 subscribers a couple nights ago. I wouldn't be here without all your support.
Worked together for a long time, right? When you were at the...
Yeah, I know him well. I never worked... Well, I guess a couple of times we may have crossed paths. But, most of my work, as I said, was SWAT and a SWAT team leader. I was in CID for a while. But I never had, working cases with him, things like that. And if I did cross paths, a lot of it was administratively when he was working in a job, things like that. But, he was never... he was okay, let me put it that way. But nobody looked at him as a leader of the future, in other words, okay? He was just there, and he did the job. So we were all kind of confounded when he was in the right place at the right time for him and became sheriff, acting sheriff first, because there are, years and decades of issues that occurred that would question why he would be in a leadership position. But again, it's an elected position. The public spoke, but I don't think the public really understood the core competencies essential to do a job like this.
Do you think anyone has spoken to him? I just think about someone of your stature, someone on the outside of the department and said, look, we've got this missing woman. The whole nation is looking at Tucson.
Yes.
Has anyone gone to him, do you think?
Yes, they have. I know they have. I'm not going to give any names, but I've spoken to highly placed public officials, both elected and in holding offices in law enforcement, who have gone and said, hey, this is not going to end well. You need to get this together and trying to give him advice. But for those of us who know him, he is very adverse as it relates to taking in guidance from others, and I think, as you see, he tends to double down. And as the guys jokingly say, he just keeps digging the hole deeper,
So he doesn't take direction. Doesn't sound like he's very humble. He doesn't like amending his ways. Definitely doesn't sound like a good leader. Sounds like someone that's stubborn and refuses to budge and wants it their way or no way. That's not the attributes of a good leader. I'm sorry.
And so I don't have any explanation for it, but except maybe ego, and then, we find out recently that allegedly he didn't tell the truth when he came over from El Paso, that he had left the El Paso apartment to come work in Tucson. That was years ago, but now we find out, allegedly again, this is information I've read in the papers as well, that he was having problems there. He was going to be fired possibly, and there was some irregularities in how he worked as a law enforcement officer, which my colleagues at the county had told me, well, had we known that, he would have never been hired. So that's a whole other investigation now that's coming forth that undermines his credibility as a law enforcement officer.
Yeah, and I know that was the early 80s, and times were different, and there wasn't email and technology. But one thing I've just keep wondering, I mean, that doesn't really make Pima County look very good. I mean, like how did they not? Because when you look at the disciplinary issue and 8 suspensions, and there was a lawsuit involved, and police brutality, like how did no one know that when he got hired?
I have no knowledge because I wasn't here then. I came to town in '85, but what I do know is there's a process when all law enforcement come in, and so the way we do it now, and I don't know if it was done that way, there's a pretty deep dive on anybody even coming into the police academy. They want to know your background, and before they accept you, there's a thorough background investigation to ensure that you are who you say you are. Did that happen? Was there fabricated information that was sent? I have no idea. I'd only be guessing. But I had the same question. How did he slip by with all of these allegations from El Paso, Texas, that would have constituted a no hire, definitely, based on what we're hearing from El Paso?
And the fact that he allegedly testified under oath and was asked, have you ever been suspended?
Right.
And said no. I mean, granted, this was a very long time ago. But at the same time, I guess I'm just thinking about the different places I've worked in different TV cities. If I had been suspended, I think I would. It doesn't seem like something you forget, especially one of them, I think, was a 2-week suspension, and there were 8 suspensions. I mean, do you give him any leeway because it was so long ago, or do you think he, in his mind, was thinking, I'm going to?
And that's the thing. I would imagine some law enforcement officers go their whole careers without getting any of these suspensions. And here, Sheriff Nanos had 8 suspensions. He also had an assault. He had an assault with a flashlight against someone that was in handcuffs. Like I've been saying, if someone does that to a police officer, they're going to arrest you for attempted murder. So he hid his past, lied about it, and it's a shame he got away with it. That's what I would say. But let's see what he says about it.
Actually lie about this.
No, I give him no leeway at all. The fact of the matter is, I don't care what job it is. If you've been suspended from a job or had disciplinary action, you don't forget that. And with that many, I mean, if you had one bad encounter, you'd say, okay, maybe they forgot. But this is a record so clearly the only thing that could be is that he misrepresented himself when he applied at the sheriff's department, not knowing who did the background investigation or if it was done, or if they just look at it at face value, well, it's an officer from another department transferring and we'll just accept him. I have no idea. But the fact still remains, even if it was 40 years ago, as far as the integrity of the person who did not provide that information, who lied on an application to be able to get another law enforcement job, because right there, that erodes the trust in the public when they see that people that have been involved with alleged criminal behavior as a police officer don't reflect that on an application and then come in. And as I said, in my estimation and many of my colleagues over the years, he's been quite average and marginal. I mean, he wasn't a guy you turned to for leadership. He wasn't a guy that you trusted with anything. He just happened to be, another cop. And it's sad that it wasn't picked up early on, because I know that would have prevented him from being hired. But like you said, years ago, I don't know who did the investigation, what the circumstances were, what paperwork he submitted. Did they accept that at face value, what he said, because he came in as a active police officer from another community? Today, that would never happen, because no matter where you came from, you would be investigated fully.
And just my last question, and again, I know you don't have insider information. I'm more asking you this just because of all of your experience. Where do you think things go from here with the Nancy Guthrie case? I mean, is this something where years from now we're going to be having another conversation? Gosh, I can't believe still nothing. Or does your gut tell you, that there's going to be movement soon?
Well, I can't give you an informed comment now because I'm not part of the investigation. But I know there's still a very active investigation going on. Determining motive, what happened, all of those things. So I think that it will continue to be an active investigation for some time, because whether it is looked at as an elderly woman who was disoriented and just wandered off into the desert, well, we should be finding somebody then, okay? Or if it's a kidnapping, well, why has there been no input from the kidnappers? Because if they take her, it's because they want money, they want something. So, allegedly, at least publicly, none of that has surfaced. So it's still quite perplexing, and I think that's why the investigation continues right now. And I want to emphasize, I think that the fact that you and I have to have this conversation in the public space about the competency of the senior law enforcement officer detracts significantly from, and it undermines the public trust in that leader, not the organization, but that leader, and it takes away from the evidence.
I mean, the trust has already been broken with the leader, though. I mean, Brian is just giving them a platform to mention it, but already Sergeant Cross mentioned this, right? There was only one person before that had confidence in Sheriff Nanos. Now it's none. So, yeah, it doesn't help the investigation, that's for sure. But in terms of Nancy, I think the damage has already been done. I mean, at this point, it's too late, really. They have the evidence they have. The deputies are still working. The sergeant is still working. The people that are part of the FBI's task force, they're doing what they do. But what could have been done differently can't be changed now. Like I said, this is more about now moving forward into different cases in terms of Pima County.
Energy that we should all be putting to make sure we find Savannah's mom.
Yeah.
It's a very, very sad situation, but I thank you guys in the media for following this and alerting the public, because the faster we can get through this and clarify the leadership that is necessary in that position is important. And without the press, the public would not understand what was going on. So thank you.
Yeah, I'm hoping just by us continuing to cover it, there'll be some pressure. You don't want people to think everybody forgot about it. And you're right, there's so much we don't know, but I think we can safely say she didn't wander off, because even Savannah again today said, she could barely walk to the mailbox. So
it appears that way. I agree with you 100%. Yeah. But all options are open now because it's an active investigation. But can a weakened senior citizen who's on medications just walk away and not be found? No, she wouldn't have gone that far anyway.
Yeah.
And so it leads back to the thing that perplexed all of us when Nanos on TV says that he opened the crime scene, and we were like, how could you open the crime? I mean, that's not something a sheriff does. It's the lead detective that's out there that says we can open this area now.
Rooster made me laugh. He's been getting everyone to like the video, and then he didn't like it himself. That's funny. But yes, everyone else, make sure you like the video. Likes are for Shadow the Night Owl's Hootie Snacks. Leave your DNA in that like button. Maybe spank it if you feel so inclined. And subscribe to the channel if you're not already.
Because we have, in our determination, have made this determination that all of the evidence necessary has been photographed, bagged, tagged, and so on. And now we can have it. But I remember watching on TV, and you see the pizza delivery man walking across the yard. And I was like, this is crazy. Because normally you lock down this crime scene and you have a logbook. Anybody coming in and out has to sign in the time and everything that says you have to justify the integrity of the crime scene. Because if you're going to court and you're making a case, a defense attorney says, well, that crime scene was corrupted. You had people delivering pizzas. You had photographs on the front door. How do we know this is real evidence? And yet he was the one that said he opened the crime scene. And then he made a comment about reconstituting it. And I was like, you cannot reconstitute a crime scene. Once it has been corrupted, that's the end of it, because you have not
Yeah, you can't reconstitute a crime scene, because a crime scene is a very delicate and fragile thing, right? When you're looking at DNA or looking for DNA, and saliva, blood, semen are the top three, maybe hair is another good one, right? But those things are very, very fine. And anytime someone comes in there, I mean, there's the potential for them leaving their DNA there erroneously and making people think, oh, could this possibly be the perpetrator's DNA? So it's a very fragile thing. Law enforcement knows this, of course. They should, right?
Maintain the integrity of that space that the detective said are absolutely necessary to discover any evidence that may be germane to this case. But again, this is coming from the senior law enforcement official, the sheriff, and you're going, what is he thinking about? All of us were just perplexed with some of the things that he said. The worst being, I'm trying to get the words right, I'm not used to being held accountable for my words.
For every word, yeah.
And
you're
we
the
also,
sheriff. I mean, of course, the media, we're going to take you, every little word he said, the biggest story in the country.
Most of my colleagues said, no, actually, we want to be held accountable by our words and our actions, okay? Because that's where the public trust comes from.
Right.
So the fact that you would say that, just, and actually...
And he's right about that. I mean, if you're willing to be held accountable because you want to improve, that shows emotional maturity. It shows you're going to be a good leader, because a good leader, I always say, takes more than their fair share of the blame and a little less than their fair share of the credit. You credit the people around you. That's what a good leader would do. Jocko Willink, the Navy SEAL, would say, you take extreme ownership of everything that happens underneath you. And I agree with that. I agree with that philosophy. And to me, if I'm a leader, which in a way, when you run a YouTube channel, you kind of are. So especially if you do live streams like this, or you're creating videos, it's as if you are. So I try to provide that example. It's a little different than a workplace, of course, but similarities. There's certainly similarities.
Us all look bad, when that's the guy allegedly representing us. So, I guess enough said about that. Again, I appreciate you guys covering this, and hopefully we can find something out and help with bringing closure to Savannah's family, because, as I tell people, think about it. If somebody said your mother has been stolen, I mean, my gosh, what she's going to with her family, her children, her husband, and, the whole family that's up there, have been part of this community for years. I mean, it's painful for me to just see that anguish every single day. So I'm hoping we can bring some closure to this, and at least help the family to bring closure. And I still a piece of all of us hope that there's something we missed, that she's fine someplace else. But being that old with her medical problems and limited mobility, we're all real worried.
Yeah, of course. When it comes to the crime scene,
yes,
there's been a lot of people critical that it was opened back up. We were able to go get video on the front porch of the blood, and then the FBI came later and they closed it again. Who typically is in charge of, who makes that call?
First and foremost, the jurisdiction is in charge. So this is in the county, so the sheriff's department has the jurisdiction, okay? FBI is involved, but it's not yet a federal case, okay? But the FBI is involved. So there's a lead detective who will be the lead investigator for this particular thing. And there'll be many people, because you have some detectives doing what they call canvassing. I want you guys to go to all the houses on this block and talk to everybody and get their cameras, okay? I want you to get a list of anybody who was in and out of the house the last 24 hours, And so there's lots of detectives, but there's one sitting on top who is the lead detective of the case. And that's the one then that reports up through command, ultimately to probably a lieutenant, a captain, and then the chief, and up to the sheriff. So they're the ones that say, we've done everything we can to be able to get all of the information necessary in this crime scene. And they define how big the crime scene should be. And usually when you start, you make.
Sweet Caroline, thank you so much for the super chat. Rooster is working hard to support the channel. Let's help him. Hit the like button, please. Couldn't have said it better myself, Sweet Caroline. Rooster, I think I know he's the inventor of Hootie Snacks. He's going to come up with a Hootie Snacks company and start selling them. So Rooster is a great support to the channel. You guys get some good banter with Kat and Livin in there too.
Make it bigger than you think you need, because you never know. There could be something, the house next door. So you make it wide, and then nobody goes in or out except the particular investigators. And you'll notice they'll have booties on, they'll be wearing gloves, because you don't want to contaminate it with your own presence. When it is felt that it is safe now to release the crime scene, that is the chief investigator, the detective that is responsible for this. It could be a sergeant, it could be a lieutenant, but a lead investigator that has the team. And they'll let the sheriff know, okay, we're opening it up. We've got all the evidence we need. It was highly unusual for a sheriff to say, I opened the crime scene, because you're not at the crime scene. You're not the one knowing where all the evidence is. And this is pretty common across local, state, and even federal crime scenes. It's the same approach. You have to be able to state emphatically that this area we call the crime scene has not been corrupted, and everything out of here that we think is germane to this case is pure and related to the case, and not inadvertently dropped by somebody who came in afterwards. And we use the term bagging and tagging. You find that everything gets photographed, you put it in a plastic bag, you send it to property and evidence, and then there's a log of all of the evidence that comes out. So there's a process. Everybody follows it that way. But it is all predicated on the crime scene remaining sterile during the investigation. Does that help you?
Yeah, it makes sense. So it's unusual that the sheriff would make that call to open it back.
I've never seen that before. that the sheriff or chief of police say, I'm doing this. No, you talk to the lead detective and say, what do you think? Can we open it now? That's reasonable. But most of the time, the sheriff or the chief of police is not involved at that level. They're getting fed information as the leader of the organization, and you defer to the local leadership, the senior detective, who's making the minute-to-minute calls on what is evidence and how it is bagged and tagged, and when and if others can come into this.
I mean, in the beginning, I just don't know what the rush was. What's the rush to open it before the FBI gets there? If I'm a good leader, I'm thinking to myself, okay, let's do the best we can. And then if the FBI is going to be here and they have superior equipment and they have more people that have experience, because as Sergeant Cross told us, the union leader, many of the experienced detectives were no longer there. So they had many fewer detectives that had experience. So if you're Sheriff Nanos, you think, well, let's give him a shot. Let's give him a shot to find things that are people that don't have as much experience maybe might have missed. It just is what it is. That can happen. It's people learn more as they go. They learn more as they go, and they hopefully get better at their jobs as they go, right? But the reason I think he didn't do that was because he just doesn't like the FBI. We went over it in that RICO case from 2016, I think it was, but he doesn't like them. I don't think he wanted them to get the glory. I think he wanted to act like he had it under control. We got this under control. We don't need you. It's like, well, do you, Sheriff Nanos? Do you have it under control? Doesn't seem like it yet. Also, please remember to like the video, leave your DNA on that like button, and subscribe to the channel if you're not already.
Scene now.
But it's your understanding the sheriff is the one who made the decision?
He said that. I'm saying his words were and I can't remember the exact words, something to the effect, well, I opened the crime scene, okay? And we all thought, well, that's not the way it works, okay? So again, this is hearsay from the press and his own words on one of the interviews. And we were all perplexed at that, because we would rather hear that, Detective A or B, who was the lead investigator, decided at this point all evidence has been acquired, and now we can have the pizza guy deliver his pizza, or the press can come and take a picture of the front of the house, those kind of things.
Really appreciate Dr. Carmona for taking the time to talk with me, and appreciate people in Tucson for pointing me in the direction of finding him. Again, people in Tucson have just been so great. Like, one person will tell me to talk to someone else, and then someone else will talk. It's kind of like, it's just interesting the way people have helped me out. And if you live in that area, all of us are upset about this case, but if you're from there and you're from that neighborhood, it's like people have trouble sleeping at night knowing that whoever is responsible for Nancy's disappearance is...
No, Snow Baby. No one's going to get in trouble for talking about that. It's just there's no connection as of yet. That person's, to me, probably more of a perv from everything we heard. They try to kidnap and exploit and bribe that woman. He said, I can help your case if you sleep with me. I mean, it's not good. I'm just emphasizing that because people run with this kind of thing, right? So I'm trying to be clear. No, this didn't have a connection that we know of. This is an unrelated incident. It's important to emphasize that. But it is a part of that same department. That is true.
Still out there. So I'll stay on the case. Again, it's day 55 today. It's Friday. Hope everybody has a good weekend. I'm going to be going back to Arizona. I'm working on some plans right now and some new angles that I want to look into. So I'll keep you guys posted on that. And again, I appreciate you guys for watching these.
All right, Brian Etten going back to Arizona. How about that? Make sure you support Brian's channel. He's a friend of the channel here. I think he has the best credibility in the entire space. That's my opinion. So I would love for the flock of black sheep to support him. Subscribe to his channel.
Hey, everybody. Good to have you. Hello, this is Drop Dead Serious. I'm Ashley Banfield. Thank you so much for joining. Don't forget to subscribe. It's right there. It's cute. It's easy. It's cheap. And you get alerted when we have new episodes and news. So thank you for subscribing. If you already did, thank you for joining. If you are a member, and if you're not a member, there's a join button somewhere around there. So by all means, jump in. Water's nice. Hey, I have some news. It's all sort of coming at the same time that Savannah Guthrie has given her first interview to the Today Show. Hoda Kotb doing an interview with Savannah. A lot of it is in yesterday's episode. I think she made the most news about the investigation in yesterday's episode, saying that her mother was taken barefoot in her pajamas, which was very upsetting. And then Savannah also confirmed something that I had learned very early in the investigation from a source, and that was that the back doors, she says plural, my source said door, were propped open. My source said wide open. And so we're trying to get to the bottom of that, whether there were multiple doors that were open, or maybe one door that had two, like a security door and another door. Maybe those two doors on the same entrance were propped open. Not sure, or left open. But it just goes to the sources that I've been using and proves that the stuff they've been telling me is accurate since day one. And so the news.
And yes, folks, please help me to get those likes up. 484 viewers, should be 484 likes minimum. And subscribe to the channel if you're not already.
Today that Savannah dropped is interesting. It has to do with when she's getting back to the Today Show and how she feels about it. I also have news that I've learned from my sources. I've spoken to a couple of them today. And one of the fascinating things that I've learned is that the DNA lab in Deerfield Beach, Florida, it's called DNA International. Please don't, shit on them, because they're great. Like everything I've heard from people in the industry, DNA industry, and the forensics.
Sweet Caroline, thank you so much for the super chat. Are people reading Rooster's messages? And what does Rooster's messages say? Let's see. What's the most recent one? Drum roll, please. We're not mathing, guys. I know you all can count. Amen to Rooster. What's another one say? Tech. I didn't notice Tech was in here too. Welcome, Tech. Well, you guys get the hint. Yes, 484, 165 likes. Show some support, y'all. Let's get these numbers mathin'. Amen to Rooster. And thank you very much to Sweet Caroline for the super chat here. By the way, also, no one will hear me saying, oh yes, Tommaso and Annie set them up. No, I had said before that it's possible someone like close to the family hired them or done something, but you'll never see me be definitive about that because I don't know. I don't think it was Tommaso in the porch cam.
Industry have all said that this is this lab is the shit, man. It is no joke. And that they have solved some incredible crimes in the past. And we've even done work on it on our prior episodes, talking about the particular cold cases that they've been able to solve. So everybody who knows DNA has great things to say about DNA International in Deerfield Beach. What I've learned is that that lab has agreed to do a rush job for the Pima County Sheriff's Department with regard to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. So that's great, right? Because this is a big case. All eyes were on it. 400 agents were working on it. That's not the case now. But what they're working with, from what we understand, is a partial DNA sample of male DNA that is not familiar to Nancy Guthrie or her circle, but was found inside her house. Do we know that it's the guy? No one's saying that. All they're saying is that they found this DNA. They won't say what it is. Like they won't say if it's one of those really rich kinds of samples, which is blood, semen, saliva, those kinds of things. It's just male DNA. And who knows if it's the male, the one we're looking for, the suspect. It would be so much more optimistic about this if we knew it was the suspect. If we knew it was the suspect, we just need to know who he is. I would be more optimistic. But we may get all the way down this road only to discover it's somebody who was in her house before and should have been there, So anyway, what else I have discovered about DNA Labs International, and this is from my law enforcement source on the Guthrie case, they're using high-tech methods, like DNA technology that wasn't even supposed to roll out until next year.
So that's a good question, Selena, and I'll answer it because it is what I titled the video. I'm not trying to be flippant, but is the importance of which door the intruder entered. But what is the importance? Well, a couple things. We saw the person on the porch cam, right? If they went in through the back, that means partially the time that the Nest cam was removed is not exactly the time they went in the house. They had to have at least walked around the house. Like we've always been saying, just because there's 41 minutes between the time the Nest cam was taken down and Nancy's pacemaker was disconnected does not mean they were in the house the entire time. That's one thing. And maybe it also means there were multiple people. If one person came in the front, maybe another person came in the back. That's certainly possible too. Now, what's the significance of that? Well, 2 perps. You would think 2 perps would be easier to catch than one. More chances for samples, more chances to leave DNA, right? That's the part of the significance to me. But that was a good question, Selena. Thank you.
Year. So they're pulling out all the stops for the Guthrie case. Anybody who's had criticism about Nanos using this lab and should have used the FBI lab at Quantico, I don't think it's founded. I think this is a smart move. And I'm not, me, I'm pretty critical of this sheriff and some of the dumbass things that have been done in this investigation and the stuff he said that doesn't match with other stuff he said, or going back on his word and changing his story. But this move, I don't think was such a bad move, sharing, lab, sharing the gloves, et cetera, with this lab in Deerfield Beach. Now we're hearing that they're really, pulling out all stops and using next level DNA technology. So I called Cece Moore about this because she knows everything. about DNA. Cece Moore is head of Parabon Nano Labs, and she's a genealogy expert, DNA expert. She's basically just the encyclopedia of all things DNA. I've interviewed her before in past episodes. We'll link it in a great episode she did with me about partial DNA and the genetic genealogy, how it works, how you get to the person when you just have a tiny little partial or crappy sample, as in Coburger, right? Idaho, they had a partial little sample. They were able to deal with it. Scientifically, they were able to extrapolate what it meant, who it meant, and through genetic genealogy, get to their man. So in this case, it seems like there's a partial sample. And but whatever is wrong with it, the sheriff had said it's mixed. That's not always the problem. In lots of rape cases, the DNA is always mixed. But there's something about it that makes this a difficult case. And Cece's going to weigh in with, because I'm talking like a moron, but Cece's going to weigh in with her information and what it all means. In just a moment, so don't go anywhere. You have to hear this. But also just the news about Savannah. It's finally been decided when she's going to be back on television. The announcement is that she's going to take the chair on the Today Show a week this Monday, April 6th. I think that's going to be really big because she is just not feeling like her, and we completely understand it. You can see it in her interview, right? And actually, she talked about what it's going to be like for her, like how she's going to manage this, what she's going to be able to do, who she's going to be. Here's how she explained it to Hoda Kotb in her interview.
I've been so grateful to have this family. I consider this my family, my greater family. And when times are hard, you want to be with your family. And I want to be with my family. And so I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I'll belong anymore. But I would like to try. I would like to try.
I think we all want to rally behind her and help her and support her in the horror that she's been through, that her family's been through. This is not easy. None of this has been easy. And this next step of hers, going public in front of millions and trying to sort of put on a brave face every day while she's still living in this sort of netherworld of not knowing what happened to her mom, right? She says she wakes up every night and wonders about the terror that her mother saw over top of her bed before being taken from her bed in the dark of night. No shoes, in her pajamas, bleeding. So, we all wish her well. And I think everybody.
We're going to pause this. I'm going to play people for the people just coming in about the Pima County Sheriff arrested.
Please state your name, sir.
Travis Avery Reynolds.
Great. Mr. Reynolds, this is the time for your initial appearance. You were here this morning on charges of kidnapping. That is a felony offense. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing. Oh, is it the public defender?
So, folks, remember, this is a Pima County deputy that got arrested. We're not sure of the connection, if there is any at all. There is no official yet. But this person kidnapped a woman and tried to bribe her and offered to sleep with her to help her case. Same Pima County Department. Pretty wild, right?
Or all right. We haven't received the information from the Office of Court Appointed Counsel. We're going to appoint the Public Defender's Office for today's purposes. And you do have counsel seated with you for today's hearing. We are going to determine your conditions of release this morning. I have reviewed the interim complaint. I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services, which lets me know whether there's any prior felony history. I'm not sure if that background noise is coming from the jail or if someone else isn't muted. Okay. And it also lets me know about your ties to the community, including employment, references, and their assessments and recommendations. Finally, I have reviewed the state's recommendation, the prosecute $50,000. Would the state like to be heard further?
Yes, Your Honor. $50,000 plus a pretrial services if he is released. This particular offense that is alleged is very, very concerning. Just given the occupation of the accused and the power dynamics between.
So this guy's only 22 years old, and he messed up this royally that fast. I mean, do you think he's going to get jail time for this? Well, I guess the first question is, how many people think this is connected to Nancy? Press 1 if you think there's any connection to the Nancy Guthrie case. Or 2, no, it's just a wild Pima County department right now. So 1, connected. 2, no. 3, not enough info to tell.
Between him and the victim, there's indications that this might have happened before. The victim would like to see he shouldn't be returning back to the jail or the incident location. No weapons, no contact. The victim in this case is very afraid of this defendant because of that power position that he had, of the power dynamics, and that he might retaliate against her. And so for those reasons, we're asking for the bond plus the release. Also, it's on the form, but requesting no contact with the victim.
Thank you. And defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're asking that you release him to pretrial services. He's a lifelong resident of the state of Arizona. He has housing. He's full-time employed. The alleged victim in this case verified that information and appears to be willing to assume third-party custody of the defendant in this case. I would imagine that means she doesn't object to his release.
A little bit of a information gap because I don't believe that's the victim.
Okay. I get things mixed up then. I apologize. Let me address a few other matters, though, Your Honor. This individual has no prior convictions whatsoever, felony or misdemeanor, no prior failure to appears. He scored a 2 on the NCA scale and a 1 on the FTA scale. For all those reasons, we're asking that you release him from custody here today to pretrial services.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Reynolds, I'm ordering that you're held on a bond of $200,000.
And the thing to look for would be the tattoo stuff, right? On the porch cam, there's that tattoo on the wrist. At the least, you might be able to rule people out from that. Nancy Grace had a video where they went over it. That's what I would be paying attention to on the wrist there.
After secured, if you are released, you'll be released to pretrial services. Monitoring or treatment is directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. If you do possess any firearms, you must surrender them to local law enforcement. No contact with the alleged victim and do not return to the incident location. I'm going to schedule your preliminary hearing for April 6th. That will be at 1:30 in the afternoon. That court date may change. It's important to stay in touch with your attorney and make sure you are aware of your court dates because if you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Mr. Reynolds? All right, that's all for today.
So look, that's the closest we can get there. There's probably one more. Up. 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 So that's the closest we can get. I can't tell. I can't tell.
Please state your name, sir.
Not quite. So this guy's name. This guy does a porch cam and him comparison. Matt Thibodeau.
A deputy with the Pima County Sheriff's Department has been fired after he was arrested for kidnapping. Authorities say that 22-year-old Travis Reynolds is currently being held on a $200,000 bond. Authorities say that...
All right. Porch cam. This guy. Facial hair. Check. Eyes. I can't tell.
The case is particularly troubling because of his position as a law enforcement officer and the power imbalance with the alleged victim. According to the interim complaint, Reynolds was on the clock in transporting a woman to the Pima County Jail when he commented on her appearance, calling her hot. While the woman was still in handcuffs in the back of his car, they reportedly shared a pen, that kind of pen, and Reynolds allegedly told her that he could help her with her case. When she asked for details, he said he wouldn't go to court and suggested that they go to a hotel room to have relations instead. The complaint also claims he showed her explicit videos and ignored her request to be brought to the jail. The woman told investigators that she had never been arrested before and was unfamiliar with the process of being arrested and then transported to the jail, but she noticed officers moving people inside while she remained in the vehicle with Reynolds. According to the complaint, Reynolds eventually got her out of the car and asked her to expose herself, to which she did. He then brought her inside of the jail. Authorities say that video surveillance from his body cam footage, as well as from the facility outside, captures some of what she was saying. The complaint says that when questioned, Reynolds did say that he may or may not have been involved in all of this. Reynolds' defense says that he's lived in Arizona his entire life and has had no criminal history.
What a defense. I may or may not have been involved in this.
While the prosecution stated that he may have done something similar to this in the past. This may not have been his first time kidnapping or his first time trying to abuse his position of power. His preliminary hearing is now set for April 6, 2026, when a judge will decide if there is enough evidence against him for the case to move forward to trial. Now, a lot of people are wondering if Travis Reynolds could have been the masked individual standing at Nancy Guthrie's front door. They're pointing out similar facial features, specifically with the eyes as well as the goatee. And remember, there have been
goatee. I see. I'm not so sure about the eyes. I want to see a better picture of his tattoos as well.
Experts who have spoken out saying that maybe this person is ex-military or ex-law enforcement. There was also rumors that Nancy may have been SA'd. So how convenient that we have this Pima County Sheriff's deputy who's been arrested for kidnapping someone, attempting to SA someone. Preliminarily, it doesn't seem like these two incidents are connected to one another, but if anything changes, of course, I'll be sure to share with you guys. If anything, this just showcases that there are corrupt people in the Pima County Sheriff's Department in general. What are your thoughts?
What does it also tell you? Perhaps bad judgment by the people that hired him, right? I mean, this is the kind of person that you would hope a sheriff's department, police department screens out, right? Like, oh yeah, we probably don't want to get the person that's gonna exploit their position of power and offer to sleep with women to help their charges. It's almost like this kind of guy was waiting for this moment. He had this in mind, and he's like, yes, the second I'm a police officer, I'm going to do this. And hey, maybe it worked for him too. That's the other part, right? Maybe it worked. Maybe he was able to do it. And now we'll see in the future here, do people come forward? Are people going to come forward and say, oh yeah, I did this? But they probably won't, though, because then they'll say, well, why did you do it? What did you do? What was your crime that he let you get off on, right? So it's kind of like a double bind that they're in there. Do you tell on them, or what do you do? I don't know.
Let me know in the comments. A deputy with the Pima County Sheriff's Department has been fired after he was arrested for kidnapping. Authorities say that 22-year-old...
All right, so what's the other one here? Deputy Reynolds.
JW Mancuso, Mama on a Mission, jumping in. Breaking news. Pima County Sheriff's Office has just fired Sheriff's Deputy Reynolds. He has been arrested for kidnapping. What kidnapping, we're not sure yet. They have not announced it, but he has been fired and arrested for kidnapping. This is
her kid popping in there, photo bombing the short.
A Pima County Sheriff's Deputy. This is breaking news. This is happening now. Could this be the kidnapper of Nancy Guthrie? I don't know for sure, but let's talk.
Tiger Woods? Poor Tiger. I thought Tiger was doing better too. Let's see if this is a different footage.
A disturbing story tonight as we learn a Pima County Sheriff's deputy is now behind bars. The charges against him include kidnapping and misconduct while on duty. News for Tucson's Alex.
By the way, folks, while you're pouring in here, please remember to like the video. Likes are free. Leave your DNA on that like button. Any kind of DNA you want is fine by me. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already, and say hello to the flock of black sheep here in the live chat. We got an eccentric group, but very supportive and encouraging. We're one of a kind. And thank you, everyone, for all of your support so far. Super Chats, great way to support the channel and get questions answered. Super Stickers, great way to support the channel. And becoming a channel member gives you access to the members-only live streams. Now, let's see if this has any different coverage of it.
Medina has more from the Pima County Sheriff's Department headquarters.
That deputy who promised to serve and protect worked here only a week ago. Now he's found himself on the other side of the law. This is 22-year-old Travis Reynolds appearing at his initial hearing after being arrested on March 19th. Reynolds is accused of requesting sex from a woman.
March 19th. This slipped under the radar here. 22-year-old Travis Reynolds accused of kidnapping and misconduct.
In his custody after transporting her to the Pima County Jail, showing that same woman explicit videos and telling her that if she engaged in sexual activity with him, he would help her case. The victim also says Reynolds told her she needed to lift up her shirt if she wanted to exit the vehicle she was transported in. Moments, she says, felt unreal and awful. At the court hearing, the prosecutor in the case expressed concern that because of Reynolds' position, this woman may not be Reynolds' first victim.
The victim in this case is very afraid of this defendant because
the victim's afraid of the defendant, understandably so. They don't want to get punitive measures, retribution. I wouldn't be surprised if this wasn't the first time.
Of that power position that he had, of the power dynamics, and that he might retaliate against her.
Reynolds is set to appear back in court in early April. Meantime, he's being held on a $200,000 bond and no longer works here. Reporting from the Pima County Sheriff's Department.
$200,000 bond. Let's see if we can find the other video we watched here. There we go.
So if you want to know what's going on in Pima County, where Nancy Guthrie disappeared, this is what's going on in Pima County. This is Travis Reynolds, okay? He is a former Pima County deputy sheriff, okay, who was just fired because he's being arraigned on kidnapping charges. Now, these kidnapping charges have nothing to do with Nancy Guthrie, okay? Absolutely nothing to do with Nancy Guthrie. And let me tell you what Mr. Reynolds did. Okay, what Mr. Reynolds did. Okay, and this is the office that was investigating or is investigating the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, also as a kidnapping. I realize that this is small, but I'm going to do the best that I can to elaborate and read what is said. Okay, so this happens, I believe, on 3/19 of 2026. Okay, so very recently. Okay, Mr. Reynolds is transporting a young woman from the arrest to the jail, okay? And it starts with him having her in the back seat, and he has her handcuffed behind the back, okay, which is standard protocol. And then when they get to the precinct or where the jail is, right here, you could say he kept her up here. It says her hands, which were handcuffed from behind to the front of her body. He kept her hands in handcuffs. He then re-entered his vehicle where they shared a vape pen, smoking and talking. He then told her that he could help her with her case. She asked how he would do this, and he explained he would not go to court. He also stated that they could go to a hotel and have sex, or she could perform oral sex on him. She did not respond. And then he asked her if she would suck his dick, and then showed her multiple videos on his phone. The videos were of a male, presumably Travis, according to the victim, having sexual intercourse with a woman from behind. The only portion of the video that was visible was the penis in the hand. She could not identify the woman, but assumed he was showing these videos to suggest what.
So he's showing her pornographic material of himself having sex with a woman, just kind of being a perv and a creep at this point as well.
She would be engaging in this type of activity. He also showed her a video of a male masturbating. The male's penis in this video looked like the video one in the other. She was trying to be nice and not trying to be mean since she wanted to get out of the vehicle. She stated that she thought to herself, holy shit, be nice, you're stuck in the back seat. It goes on to say that he asked her to show him her tits, which she obliges. She lifts her shirt up. She had a lacy bra on, and they're shown. Okay. Then he finally brings her in. He has her in the time frame 9:46 to 11:26 p.m. Other people are going in and out. Other prisoners are going in and out. She notes that. Pima County reviews the footage and it corroborates. So they terminate him and they charge him with kidnapping. What in the act?
I don't know why it's like, I guess the kidnapping part is the fact that he's keeping her in the car. I thought this would have been more like an abuse of power / almost an SA, right? I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure what part they're considering kidnapping.
Actual fuck. What in the actual fuck? So if you want to know what's going on in Pima County, where Nancy Guthrie disappeared, this is what's going on in Pima County. This is Travis Reynolds, okay? He is a former Pima County deputy sheriff, okay, who was just fired because he's being arraigned on kidnapping.
So people are saying because she was trapped in the car. I guess I thought it would have been more of an SA charge, but that makes sense. Kidnapping makes sense.
Charges. Now, these kidnapping charges have nothing to do with Nancy Guthrie, okay? Absolutely nothing to do with Nancy Guthrie. And let me tell you what Mr. Reynolds did. Okay, what Mr. Reynolds did. Okay, and this is the office that was investigating or is investigating the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, also as a kidnapping. I realize that this is small, but I'm going to do the best that I can to elaborate and read what is said. Okay, so this
and the reason that part's interesting to me is because a lot of abusive people, narcissists in domestic violence situations, narcissistic abuse, coercive control, they do prevent you from leaving rooms or leaving the car. I don't know if they'd be able to get them for kidnapping in those cases. Maybe. I don't know. Right? Like, I think kidnapping, I think like, oh, you take someone from their residence or abduct them in public. So, but given this context of kidnapping, it makes me think it can be applied to other things too.
Happens, I believe, on 3/19 of 2026. Okay, so very recently. Okay, Mr. Reynolds is transporting a young woman from the arrest to the jail. Okay, and it starts with him having her in the back seat, and he has her handcuffed behind the back. Okay, which is standard protocol. And then when they get to the precinct or where the jail is,
this woman's channel is called oh my gosh. I can't even read her thing.
Right here, you could say he kept her up here. It says her hands, which were handcuffed from behind to the front of her body. He kept her hands in handcuffs. He then re-entered his vehicle where they shared a vape.
All right. So her channel's called In the Public Defense. Check her out. Her channel is called, again, In the Public Defense.
Pen, smoking, and talking. He then told her that he could help her with her case. She asked how he would do this, and he explained he would not go to court. He also stated that they could go to a hotel and have sex, or she could perform oral sex on him. She did not respond, and then he asked her if she would suck his dick, and then showed her multiple videos on his phone. The videos were of a male, presumably Travis, according to the victim, having sexual intercourse with a woman from behind. The only portion of the video that was visible was the penis in the hand. She could not identify the woman, but assumed he was showing these videos to suggest what she would be engaging in this type of activity. He also showed her a video of a male masturbating. The male's penis in this video looked like the video one in the other. She was trying to be nice and not trying to be mean since she wanted to get out of the vehicle. She stated that she thought to herself, holy shit, be nice, you're stuck in the back seat. It goes on to say that he asked her to show him her tits, which she obliges. She lifts her shirt up. She had a lacy bra on, and they're shown. Okay. Then he finally brings her in. He has her in the time frame 9:46 to 11:26 p.m. Other people are going in and out. Other prisoners are going in and out. She notes that. Pima County reviews the footage and it corroborates. So they terminate him and they charge him with kidnapping. What in the actual fuck?
Well said. In the Public Defense. Well said.
I think everybody also wants this solved. 1-800-CALL-FBI. 1-800-CALL-FBI if you know anything, even small. Quick note from my sponsor, Let's Face It. I cover some of the darkest crimes out there. But online, people getting all fussy about this. You know, there was an arrest made today. It was a Pima County Sheriff's deputy from the department that's investigating the Guthrie case. Somebody who's been arrested and fired. Kidnapping charges. Yeah, I know your first thing goes to, oh God, kidnapping charges. Whoa, are they looking into him for the Guthrie case? That's what everybody's saying. They're even putting the picture of the suspect and this sheriff's deputy. It is not related, full stop. Okay. It's not related. His name is Travis Reynolds.
You'll never confuse the Pima County Sheriff's Department with Allstate. Not in good hands with Pima County.
I think he's 22 years old, if I saw correctly. Yeah, 22 years old. So arrested, facing charges of kidnapping, fired following the announcement. The Pima County Sheriff's Department confirmed. And here's what I can tell you. He is accused of sexually exploiting and soliciting a woman that he had under arrest, according to the court documents. The complaint is apparently backed up by some partial video, I think, as they say.
And look at this. Ashley Banfield talking about what we just went over. How about that? So, Ashley Banfield's on the ball. Make sure you support Ashley Banfield's channel too. And while you're here, make sure you like the video, folks. We should be able to get the 500 likes tonight. Leave your DNA on the like button, spank the like button, and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And say hello to the flock of black sheep, will you? We got a great group of people here in the live chat.
Some evidence that's video, a witness statement, and apparently some kind of non-denial, it seems, from the deputy himself. He is accused. He's not convicted. A lot of this information coming from TMZ. The prosecutors say that a female victim told the authorities that she was afraid of the deputy because of the, quote, power dynamic between the two of them after Reynolds, the sheriff's deputy, allegedly called her hot and shared a vape pen with her while transporting her to the Pima County Jail. That's, of course, in Tucson, Arizona. He allegedly offered to help her with her case, saying that they could, quote, go to a hotel and have sex, end quote. The woman claimed that the officer showed her sexually explicit videos and kept her in the car for a while. The court report also says that Reynolds, quote, eventually got her out of the vehicle and demanded that she show her breasts before bringing her into the station, again, allegedly. The video surveillance from the Pima County Jail apparently confirms part of the account, according to TMZ. And the deputy, Reynolds, stated in the complaint that he may or may not, this is a quote, may or may not have discussed having sex with the alleged victim or shown her sexual videos. So that doesn't look good for that deputy. That's for sure. And not for the department either. I mean, yeah, this is a 22-year-old, right? So he's probably pretty new. I don't know if he was working on the Guthrie case. I'll be interested to find out, though, because lots of new guys were on the case. So about Savannah, I want to tell you something else. Her colleagues said that her arriving back on the set, back on the show after 2.5 months is right after Easter. And they said this is almost symbolic after Easter, after the resurrection. I saw Al Roker talking about it on the air. You know, Savannah's a very deeply faithful woman, and she's written a book about her faith, and she talked a lot about her faith in this interview with Hoda. And so it's probably apropos that Al Roker would make that comment. She also said, I won't let sadness win for her, meaning for her mom. And she says, she taught me. She talked a lot about her mom's resilience after her dad dying. I saw her world shatter. I saw it, and I saw her get up, and I saw her believe. Wow, it's really hard. And I saw her love. So a lot of talk from Savannah in the Today Show interview about faith and about love and about resilience and about, you know, her love of her Today Show family, and that she really misses that family and needs family, that in trauma, everybody needs family. And she has 2 families, her own and then the Today Show family. So good luck to her on April 6th. Okay, now I want to bring in Cece Moore, genetic genealogy expert, head of Paraben Nanos Labs, to ask her about this news that I have discovered.
Cece Moore, the genetic genealogist expert. We've seen her before on Ashley's channel and Brian Hitton's channel. And to me, I'd be curious about what she thinks they can get from the home, from those partial samples, how they're going to be able to do it. This will be interesting.
From my source that the lab in Deerfield Beach, Florida, DNA Labs International, is rushing the job for Pima County, and they're rolling out technology early. Something that was supposed to roll out next year, they're using it now on the Guthrie case. Here's my conversation with Cece. So Cece, what do you make of the news that I learned that the DNA International Lab in Deerfield is rushing the job and using tech that is, you know, state of the art, wasn't even supposed to roll out till next year?
Well, earlier we heard from the sheriff that this case might not be able to be solved for a year or so, right? When they were talking about the mixture. So we know there was something in the offing that they were looking forward to. I don't think that was just completely random. That tells me that DNA Labs International may have told him there's some new tech coming out that if we haven't solved the case, we may be able to apply to this. And then I think what happened is whoever was working on that was either encouraged to speed it up or was just really inspired by the case to try to do that. When companies are working on new tech, you know, there's usually a schedule. And so I'm guessing that whatever this new tech is, they sped that up and they, you know, tried to put it in this quarter or next quarter versus next year at this time.
You and your colleagues speak a whole other language than I do. And I think a lot of our listeners too. But I imagine you all getting together at like super egghead conferences and having the most incredible dialogue and then being so optimistic about what is on the horizon. Can you talk a little bit in my language about what is on the horizon and what this might actually be and what it might mean?
Sure. Let's go backwards a little bit. When we first started,
remember to please hit the like button if you wish that they would have taken the mat on Nancy Guthrie's front porch into evidence. And make sure you like the video if you wish that they wouldn't have opened up the crime scene too soon.
Genetic genealogy and creating this methodology, it was just this little niche thing. People laughed at us.
And improve yourself. I always love saying your name. Thank you for becoming a member. Becoming a member gives you access to the members-only live streams, and it's a great way to support the channel. So thank you. Improve yourself.
to be blunt, or rolled their eyes at us. It was just considered this thing for genealogists or to help adoptees, and people didn't take it that seriously.
Boy, you showed them.
Yeah, right. We sure did. We love doing that. We were actually told by scientists that we would never be able to use this type of DNA, autosomal DNA, for genealogical purposes to learn more about someone's family tree. So we definitely proved them wrong. But what that meant is there wasn't a lot of advancement that was done specifically for this field other than what us volunteers and citizen scientists were doing. So on the academic side, on the scientific side, there wasn't as much progress helping to push it forward because they were working on other things. Now, sometimes they would develop something that also benefited us, but we were not the focus. Well, once we started solving these cold cases and high profile active cases like the Koberger's case with investigative genetic genealogy, suddenly there was a lot more attention and interest in what we're doing. And so I think that sparked a lot of advancements that we hadn't seen previously, and they've been moving at a really rapid pace. So it's always difficult to predict what's coming unless you're the person working on them. But
so that's interesting. She's saying there's a lot of rapid developments in genetic genealogy and they're really improving their capabilities with it. So how about that? Who knows what that means for the case, but it's got to be good.
The things that...
Or it can't be a bad thing. How about that? That's a better way to say it. It can't be a bad thing.
We run into, I'll say, that are challenges are highly degraded DNA. You know, we already do have ways to work with that, and mixtures, which is what we've heard a lot about in this case. So the company I work with, Parabon, is really expert. They are expert in working with mixtures. But what has not been developed successfully yet is using whole genome sequencing for mixtures. It's been on this other platform. Like when you spit in the tube and mail it into Ancestry, they're using something called a microarray chip or a SNP chip. That is the platform where it's easiest to separate out mixtures, called deconvolution. And so my guess is there's a lot of work being done on trying to deconvolute or separate out mixtures, different people's DNA, using whole genome sequencing.
Well, there's where I get confused because honestly,
that's an important part there. Whole genome sequencing. I'm going to rewind about 30 seconds because I want to hear that again.
For mixtures, it's been on this other platform. Like when you spit in the tube and mail it into Ancestry, they're using something called a microarray chip or a SNP chip. That is the platform where it's easiest to separate out mixtures, called deconvolution. And so my guess is there's a lot of work being done on trying to deconvolute or separate out mixtures, different people.
So trying to deconvolute mixtures of the DNA, that makes sense.
DNA using whole genome sequencing.
Using whole genome sequencing. Now let's see what Ashley Banfield's line of questioning is here about this.
There's where I get confused because honestly, with all of the rape cases and all of the messy murder scenes, all I've ever imagined is mixtures. And all I ever hear in court is mixtures, but they seem to talk as though it's not, an impediment to solving a crime. So what kind of mixtures are you talking about that are an impediment?
Well, there's simple mixtures where you have two people's DNA and the person you're trying to identify is the majority. Say the suspect, the rapist, is 90% and the victim is 10%. That's really straightforward because you have the victim's DNA. You can extract out that DNA profile and you're left with this majority suspect profile. Mm-hmm. When you are dealing with complex mixtures, that either means there are multiple people, 3 or more, or the person you're trying to identify is by far the minority.
Okay. So is this a complex mixture they're dealing with from the home? Have we been told? I don't think we've been told. But would it be surprising if it was that? No, I don't think that would be surprising.
So the scientists where I work at Parabon can go down to 40%, which is actually pretty groundbreaking. They can deconvolute or separate out the perpetrator's DNA if he's at least 40% of that sample. But if you have 3, 4, 5 people, right? And everyone's only providing 20% or 10%, 15%, that's really not doable for investigative genetic genealogy right now. And so that's where we could see the most progress. And I think with scientists, academics, forensic scientists, all really excited about what we're doing now, that's why we're seeing so much forward motion. We've seen a tremendous amount of advancement just.
So that's the big piece there. She said, it's not possible if this. Let's see it again.
The person you're trying to identify is by far the minority. So the scientists where I work at Parabon.
Some days, welcome and thank you for becoming a member. Now you have access to the members only live streams and you can chat with me and the other flock of black sheep. Thank you for your support. Now she's going to talk about what genetic genealogy can't do right now. This is important.
Can go down to 40%, which is actually pretty groundbreaking. They can deconvolute or separate out the perpetrator's DNA if he's at least 40% of that sample. But if you have 3, 4, 5 people, right?
So it needs to be 40% of the sample to be able to deconvolute it.
Everyone's only providing 20% or 10%, 15%, that's really not doable for investigative genetic genealogy right now. And
so that's the key. If whatever sample they have is 40% of at least one person, then they can do genetic genealogy on that. If it's not at least 40%, then they can't do it. So then the question becomes, what's the percentage? We don't know. We don't know. But that's the question of the hour. Sweet Caroline, welcome. Not more than welcome. Thank you for the super chat, Sweet Caroline. Please read Rooster's last message. Okay. Scrolling up. At some days, please hit the like button. Amen. Say it again. Thank you, Rooster. Thank you, Sweet Caroline, for your support. I appreciate everyone's support here. Let's get back to it.
so that's where we could see the most progress. And I think with scientists, academics, forensic scientists, all really excited about what we're doing now, that's why we're seeing so much forward motion. We've seen a tremendous.
You're correcting our resident genetic genealogist some days. Let's see. You got a conflicting view here. Where'd it go? Too many chats. Deb, welcome. Here it is. So, some days I work in forensics. She is almost right. It's about 28%. So, if it has to be 28% and they can do genetic genealogy on it, so it's even better than what she's saying then. She was saying it needs to be 40%. You're saying, so I understand you, it only needs to be 28% as one person and they can do it? That's what you're saying? Correct. Okay. So 28%, that's the magic number.
Tremendous amount of advancement just since the Golden State Killer was identified through investigative genetic genealogy in 2018. We needed quite a lot of DNA at that time. And now we need just the tiniest amount. And that's thanks to our scientists. That's not something the genealogists can help push forward. So we're reliant on the scientists to push the technology forward and the techniques in the lab. But I do need to make one distinction here, which is when you're in court and you're hearing about mixtures, they are talking about STR profiles, short tandem repeats, which is what is admissible in court. That is the type of DNA that law enforcement has used for decades. That's the type of DNA that you always hear about in court because one, that's what's been used. And two, that's what is admissible as evidence. That's what's used to arrest somebody, charge someone, convict someone of a crime. That's a totally different type of DNA than what we use for investigative genetic genealogy. So they often can deal with complex mixtures for STR profiles. There are many, many years of historical advancements on that side because that's what's been of interest, right? STR profiles are what have been helping get criminals off the streets for decades. And so there are a lot of scientists who've worked on mixture, deconvolution packages, software packages that can help law enforcement to separate out those mixtures in their criminal labs. And so this is totally different. This is a different type of DNA that we use. So our profiles are made up of single nucleotide polymorphisms, or we call them SNPs. And so that's a whole different technique and science to deconvolute that type of DNA mixture. And so you can't really compare the two. The STR mixtures have had decades to be worked on, developed, refined. SNP profiles have only been used in law enforcement for a relatively short time, less than 10 years. And so the techniques to deconvolute mixtures are still new and are still being developed.
Can I ask you
So the technology is still being developed, but ultimately, like I said, the real question is what percentage of the sample do they have? Is at least 28% one person, and that one person needs to be the suspect, the perpetrator, right? We don't know. We didn't know the answer to that. They haven't told us. All we do know is it wasn't a good enough sample for CODIS. We do know that.
I were in 5th grade, because that's sort of how I think. What's the difference between the STRs and the SNP?
They're just a different type of genetic marker, or different type of DNA. When you test someone, you can test their STRs, or you can test their SNPs, their SNPs. The SNPs are, how do I say this? The SNPs are locations on your genome that vary widely between people, because as you know, 99.9% of our DNA is the same. So when you're looking at the SNPs, you're looking at the ones that mutate more quickly and that vary between you and me and, you know, someone over there. And that helps us to identify someone. STRs are how many times something is repeated, the short tandem repeats. So that's where you're seeing maybe there's 8 repeats at that location or 10 repeats. So it's really just a different type of DNA. And it's there's not really any reason for us to get too technical about
Sure.
it if we're talking to, you know, an 8th grader, right? If that's what you want.
Well, I always say 5th because I think the 8th graders are smarter than that. But I'm curious that we're just not there yet with SNP research and development. But at some point, is it going to be as good as what STR has been in the last, 5-6 decades?
Well, in my opinion, it's much better because we are able to broaden the search, right? With STRs, they're using just a small number of them, 20 traditionally. It used to only be 13, as you probably know. Mm-hmm. And that has worked great for its usage, but that means there's been a lot of cold cases. There's been a lot of violent criminals who've left their DNA behind at a crime scene, but have not been.
Sweet Caroline, thank you so much for the super chat. I forgot to add the super chat to my last message. Please read. Oh, let's see what it says. Drum roll. Just think, everybody, please, just ask yourself how wonderful you will feel when the channel hits 1,000 likes. Love, D. Heart. I love it, Sweet Caroline. That's a great message for the channel. So please remember to like the video while you're here. Leave your DNA of your choice on the like button. Spank the like button and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. I go live 5 or 6 nights a week, a little bit after 10 p.m. Eastern usually, to talk about true crime and current events. And I use my unique experience with mental health, addiction, narcissistic abuse, narcissistic family systems, and being on the autistic spectrum to give my unique insights on true crime and current events. And thank you very much to all the support I've been getting so far. Tim loves hearing the spank the like button. It's one of the most famous ones.
Identified. So SNP profiles, because we look at hundreds of thousands of those genetic markers in genetic genealogy, we can find their cousins, right? And we've all seen that. We've been able to reverse engineer the identity of these people from their distant cousins. So to me, SNP profile.
Snip, snip, snip. Some days. Thank you for the super chat. It's layers. The main issue is the known samples, family, friends, handyman. Then there is a layer, there's layers upon layers in a mixed profile on top of those known profiles. That makes a lot of sense. It's always good to have someone in forensics in the chat. Bella is the surgical nurse in the chat. And some days you got a chance is our forensics person. What's your official title? So I can call you it. But that makes sense with the layers. Thank you for letting us know. And thank you for your support.
Filing is actually far superior. Another example is if there's a missing person, if we find unidentified human remains, or what's commonly known as Jane or John Does, traditionally you have to have a first-degree relative, so a parent, child, or full sibling, to identify that person legally. They don't always exist. Mom and dad might have died. This person might have died before they ever had children. They might not have any living siblings. And so now we're able to use SNP profiles to close those cases, not only to identify that unknown individual, but then to have the medical examiners rule it's legally closed. That legal identification has always been through STRs. And so a lot of those cases just sat, even if they thought they knew who it was. Now, if we write up these very conclusive reports using SNP profiles, saying we've got a first cousin on each side of this person's family, for instance, or we have their maternal aunt, some medical examiners are willing to take that now in addition to the other evidence to close those cases. So it really just broadens what we're able to do with the DNA profile. And so I think we'll be moving more and more towards SNP profiles in the future. It's so ingrained in law enforcement and the courts to use STRs. And so I don't see them moving away.
So if anyone wanted to see her credentials, she is a doctor of forensic anthropology working as a consultant in the government with another doctorate in biochemistry and genetics. Very good. Very glad you found us here. We could use your expertise, which is great. We have a very wise and intelligent group of black sheep here too.
Away from that soon or totally, but I think SNP profiles will be used more and more. And we've seen that even. We had a case where we were able to narrow it down to twins. And that was as far as we could get because they had identical DNA through traditional methods of comparison. So their STRs were exactly the same. But Dr. Janet Cady, one of our brilliant scientists at Parabon, was able to find novel mutations, so small differences in the full genome of this person, looking at their SNPs. And she was able to say, it's more likely this twin than this one. And the court accepted that as identification for the very first time in history. This just happened a few months ago. And so once courts start accepting SNP profiles for identification, that changes the game. And we've seen that a couple of times now, also with rootless hairs that didn't have an STR profile. We recently saw that.
I'm going to get back to a rootless hair in a moment because that's on my mind about what's going on in Florida. But back to the Egghead Conference where you guys all talk about stuff none of us understand. If you had to wager a guess on what kind of tech they're working on, that they're going to roll out next year, what would it pertain to? Not suggesting we know what the tech is, but where's the real friction point in your industry where everybody's trying to get this piece of the Holy Grail? Like, where do you suppose that might be?
I think it must be the mixture deconvolution. And I think there's two reasons for that. There's really only two options that I can see. And that would be a more advanced software package to work on more complex mixtures, or some type of equipment that is really sensitive that can pick up tiny amounts of DNA. But we've already seen tremendous advancements in that area with the MVAC, for instance. And in this case, it doesn't seem as relevant to me because if you're picking up really tiny amounts of DNA or finding really degraded DNA, that's less likely to be relevant in an active case like this. And you're much more likely to get someone's DNA who is not your suspect. And so if this is something they're really excited about, to me, that leans more in the direction of the mixture issue. And this is, such an issue in the field. We've had a lot of success solving cases with mixtures because we get them all the time with sexual assault cases. But I wouldn't say that that's been true across the whole field. We've definitely been a bit ahead of the game because of our really brilliant bioinformatics scientists at Parabon. And they had to jump on others because they started working with mixtures way back in, I think it was 2014, when they pioneered using SNP profiles for forensic purposes because they were using SNPs to predict someone's physical traits. When you see those images that are created just from the DNA, the hair color, eye color, skin color, shape, face, that's using SNP profiles because you need more information from the DNA than you can get from an STR profile. So they started working with those before investigative genetic genealogy was even.
Yes, all aboard the Black Sheep Express. And the price of admission for the Black Sheep Express is liking the video. You only need one rep on the subscribe button, but each video needs a rep on the like button. So all aboard the Black Sheep Express. All you got to do is like the video and you are granted admission.
A thing. And so they had kind of a jump on everybody else.
Hey, quick note from my sponsor. This episode is sponsored by Cowboy Colostrum. And if you have been trying 5% off, I mean, hey, use the code Banfield, cowboycolostrum.com/Banfield. Quick question about the mixtures, because you said something that sort of sounded interesting to me in that I didn't expect it. The mixtures that are too tricky to solve are when the contributor is 40% or below. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. That seems like a lot to me. But 40% isn't?
I think we are able, as I said, at Parabon, they're able to work with 40% or above for that perpetrator. For a case like this, I'm sure they would try if it was, say, 30%. They would, because they're making advancements all the time with what
that still sounds like a lot, though. Like I was thinking, oh, well, if it's only 0.01% of a contributor, it's too hard. But I mean, 30 to 40% to the layperson, that's like really surprising.
To my knowledge, Parabon's the only one who will even work with a 40% mixture. Most labs, or all the other labs I'm aware of, say at least 50% or more. And so you'd probably be surprised if you went to one of these labs and said, I've got a mixture that's 50-50, they might even say no. Because we've had a lot of people come to us who had been turned down other places. The issue is, if you are going to perform genetic genealogy, right, you need those, at least the majority of those SNPs, those genetic markers, to be from your unknown suspect. And so if it's a minority of that mixture, that becomes more and more difficult. We can work with, quite a few of those missing. I've helped, like the Angie Dodge case in Idaho Falls, Idaho that I worked on. We only had 61% of the SNPs that we normally have because we had a low call rate. A call rate is how much of the DNA or how many of those SNPs you were able to call, you were able to get the values for. Mm-hmm. So if I'm sure at DNA Labs International, they're trying everything they can. They're a great lab. And so I'm sure they've tried, even if those proportions are not optimal, even if they do have only 30%. But
can I ask you about listen, I'm going to ask you to read some tea leaves only because I cannot imagine what sort of mixture they got. We are unaware that there's blood or semen or anything like that those are the big obvious ones we know this is the guy, we just have to find the guy. Mm-hmm. We don't know that the mixture they have is even the guy at this point.
And so I expect it's not only two people, usually two people.
Some days, thank you very much for gifting 5 memberships. YouTube will give these out to people that are just on the channel. They do it randomly. And now you'll have access, these 5 people, to the members only live streams, which is awesome. You can chat with me and the rest of the Black Sheep Express in the members only section. Also, I'm also very sorry to hear that you've been a victim in that way some days. There's many of us that have been through that here as well. So you're not alone on that. That's for sure. And thank you again for gifting those memberships.
People would be considered a simple mixture. It's when you get 3 or more that it's complex. Now, as I said, if your perpetrator was only 10%, you still got a challenge. But complex mixtures implies there's 3 or more. So I think there could be 4 people.
Where do you find things like, where would you find mixtures like that? Because I'm thinking a toothbrush has 1 unless someone borrows it. I'm thinking a Kleenex has 1 unless somebody was rooting around in the trash. Where would you find a complex mixture like the one they might be sampling right now?
Well, I think it's, transfer DNA, or what's commonly known as touch DNA. It is something that was touched, probably with that glove, after he took out the bite.
That's what I think, the bite light or whatever they call it. If it is a bite light, I think it is.
Yeah,
it looks like it. But
bite light. I mean, we've kind of assumed it was. And when we're talking about this, that's the best chance of getting that perpetrator's DNA is if he took that out of his mouth. I can't imagine for 42 minutes he would keep it in his mouth. So then if he touched somewhere in Nancy's home where many other people had touched, like say a doorknob, for instance, if he touched a doorknob with that glove, it would have some of his DNA on it, even if he just scratched his nose or adjusted that mask he had on.
And by the way, people do that. They put gloves on and then they still touch their shit. They touch their steering wheels. They touch their car seats. They touch their seat belts. They touch their car door, maybe even their own door. So yeah. And then they touch them and they scratch their face or their,
I mean, even like with Koberger, right? He was so careful, but then he left a sheath that he had touched the snap, right, without gloves. And so this person could touch their gun holster that they touched before they had gloves on, or something, along those lines. Or if they pulled a gun on Nancy, for instance, a gun maybe that they hadn't fully wiped down from touching before without gloves. So it might just be skin cells, a tiny amount of DNA that's mixed on a surface of her home that many other people have touched over the weeks or months or whenever the last time something was thoroughly cleaned. So I think that is likely what we're looking at here. If he had dripped saliva, for instance, on the ground, that's less likely to be a complex mixture, right? There might be some things that people dragged in from their shoes, but that's a pretty good source of DNA. So I don't think that is what they found. But again, it's all speculation, right?
Because we know so little, and I think the deputies know so little as well. But I keep going back to the things we know that he touched. We know he had to have touched. We saw him touching the Nest Cam and the mount because he's got his fat fucking hands on it and wrenching it. I mean, I'm angry when I talk about this guy. I think everybody else feels the same way. They probably don't mind my F-bombs, but he's wrenching on that camera. And then he's, I believe he's using the twig to get between the camera and the mount to yank it off. Maybe he isn't, whatever, but he's messing with it with his disgusting hands. So we know he touched the mount. We know he touched the camera. We don't have the camera, but we have the mount, and they took it off the wall. And then we started hearing about DNA. I believe after that, I'll go back to my notes, but I believe we started hearing about DNA after
I think that's a great theory. Yeah, I didn't realize they'd taken them out, but that makes perfect sense.
They finally took them out, but it took them weeks. It was up there for about 2 or maybe 3 weeks till they finally took them out off. Okay. And I think that was after they saw him do his business, but they had to have known he was there because he took the damn camera. So he didn't have to have the video to know that he'd messed with it. Mm-hmm. Then we also know, as has been proven out, I had a source that told me on day 3, back door wide open. Savannah has confirmed back doors propped open. Mm-hmm. So we know he had to have touched something on that door or doors to get in. So whether it was a handle or pulled on it or whatever it was.
So I'm going to read here real quick what Some Days wrote when she was in a bad spot after an abusive relationship. And it's called A Portrait in Silence. And this is from Some Days. Sometimes it's just finding the courage to show up. to go to court one more time, to walk in exhausted and afraid while the rest of the world keeps turning. It's not sleeping the night before and holding your breath until it's over, then not knowing if it ever really is. It's forgetting what safety feels like and learning how to speak in rooms that were never meant to hear you. It's friends telling you to run, to disappear, to change your name, not because they don't believe you, but because they do. It's becoming small because being seen feels dangerous. It's staying quiet because being heard hasn't helped. It's surviving in pieces because the whole of what happened is too heavy to carry. It's the silence between court dates, the silence in the system, the silence in your own home. It's a grief with no grave, no service, no name. It's holding on to the parts of you he couldn't erase. It's walking through your days like a ghost of the life you used to have. It's moving forward not because you know how, but because there is no other choice. It's not about being brave. It's about continuing anyway. What do you think, chat? I think that's great. But that's something that Some Days wrote. And I'm all for people writing down their thoughts and their feelings, journaling. I think it is extremely therapeutic. So thanks for sending that to me Some Days as well.
Yeah, and how often do you clean the outdoor handle of your back doors? Probably not very often, right?
How about never?
Yeah. And so that
Are you supposed to? Wait, Cece.
I haven't either. But maybe if you're a germ phobic person and you go in and out, you might think to wipe it down. But likely that would be a great source for a complex mixture.
Because honestly, think about it. No one touches your door handle if they don't belong to the house. Like your FedEx guy's not going to touch your door handle necessarily. They might, but it's unlikely. So the people who touch your front door handle are going to be your family, you, your friends, maybe a guest who stayed there, however long ago. But generally speaking,
cleaner, maybe a gardener, possibly. Yeah. And you'd think they would know those people, as you're saying, but do they know every single person that Nancy ever hired to work on or help with her home? Since she lived alone, I still think it's very possible they don't know every person. I mean, you could go back through her financial records. Hopefully there'd be checks or something, but maybe she paid with cash sometimes. And so maybe they've got 2 unknown males. I think they have to have at least 2 unknown males, because if not, they could pull the Y chromosome. So the Y chromosome is the DNA that men get from their father, who got it from his father. And you could learn a lot about this person's background, even if you couldn't identify them, from that Y chromosome. And maybe they've done that. It can often tell you the surname of a male because that Y chromosome is passed down in the same pattern as surnames in many population groups, but not all. And so, for instance, the Hispanic population group, they take mom's and dad's last name and they have a different naming pattern. So it probably wouldn't give you their surname if it was a Hispanic person. But if it was somebody who had deep roots in, say, Northwest Europe, you very possibly could get their surname from that Y chromosome. And sometimes that works in cases where there's nothing else to work with. So I suspect they must have at least 2 Y chromosomes, or they would have already been going down that road and probably already told us at least the population group that person's father's.
Yes, while you're here, if you like that poem that I just shared from Some Days, you could relate to it. Make sure you like the video here, show your support, and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And come say hello to the Black Sheep Express in the live chat here. They're the flock of black sheep. So a lot of people find that they fit in here when they haven't really fit in other places. And that's what this space is for.
Father's line comes from.
So let me ask you if presumably Nancy's daughter Annie and her husband Tommaso, they're going to use that door in their regular course of interaction with their mom and mom-in-law. And then, of course, Nancy's going to use that front door, maybe a couple of her friends. And I assume the police have gone and they've gotten the DNA from her direct circle of friends to compare it. Mm-hmm. If you have all those DNA profiles, Is it easier to deal with that mixture because you're just canceling out the ones you can see? Or when it's mixed like that and you've got 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, you can't even match the ones you know?
It starts becoming a real jumble. It's made, the SNPs are A, T, C's, and G's that make up our DNA. So you either have an A there, a T, a C, or G. When you start getting too many people's profiles, it's just a jumble of those letters, and it gets harder and harder to know which goes where. So there have been a lot of studies done that allow them to predict if you have an A at this location, then you may have, a G or whatever at this location, because population groups tend to have patterns in their DNA, the way it lines up. And so they can use that to a certain degree to predict this A goes with this G and this A goes with this T, and so on. But if it's just too many people, I think that is going to become extremely difficult, if not impossible.
So what about the last guy to touch the door handle? So for instance, many people have touched the door handle, but the last guy, he's all over it. Does that help? Does that make it?
Yeah, it should be that person is the majority contributor. But if this is a second person, for instance, not the guy that we saw with the possible bite light, right? Who hadn't touched his face yet, or had just a tiny amount of his DNA on the outside of those gloves, then there's probably not going to be much of his DNA there. So even if he's the last one to touch it, he has to actually have some DNA to place there. And if that was the beginning of the crime being committed, maybe he didn't have any DNA yet, or maybe he had just a super tiny amount of DNA on those gloves. As the time went on, I would believe that they would have more and more DNA that has been transferred onto their gloves, because like we just talked about, you're going to touch something, right? But
or you're going to move your mask over because the holes aren't lining up for your eyes. So you're going to just move it over. Or
you're sweating, there's certainly ways that you would be able to transfer DNA, but at what point in the crime? I would think it would be later when they're leaving that you would have a better.
Some days. Thank you very much for this super chat here. Jared, please let the chat know I am thankful for them and you. In some of my darkest days, I found community here. I hope the poem helps someone. I think there is often a common existence is all abuse. I think if often a common existence is all abuse. I agree with you there some days. And I definitely appreciate the super chat. And no, you and anyone who's been abused out there, there are people who understand. I think that's one of the things that people struggle with the most. They think, well, they don't trust themselves anymore. They think it's all their fault. And the people around them, they might even defend the abuser or the narcissistic person. So it's very lonely. It's very isolating. There's no place lonelier than an abusive relationship. But there are communities out there like this one and others where people understand that dynamic. There's a lot of people here that understand that dynamic. So I'm very glad you found us. Invite people that you know that might benefit from this kind of community. I know there's a lot of people that are alone. They probably don't even realize what they're dealing with yet. But that's why I do those shorts and why I do the interviews with Dr. Salerno, Dr. Z, Dr. Simon, to help them. Because I've been through it. Dr. Salerno has been through it, so we understand. Absolutely, Christy. Everyone needs validation, especially when they've been abused. So you support them, you help build them up. That's how we roll here. So thank you again, some days. And again, thank you for sharing that poem with us too.
Better opportunity of detecting that person.
Well, I don't know. He was working pretty hard outside that house to, conceal things by smashing.
The guy in front, you're right. Yeah, but is he the same guy? Is he the one who went in the back door though? And
well, look, a lot of people think that there might be two perpetrators. I don't. That's just my own personal theory. I see the same.
Then went around the back.
And yeah, I think my personal opinion is that I think he came to the front door to get rid of that camera, whether he smashed it off its mount, broke it off its mount, yanked it off its mount. There were glass shards, according to Fox, found down below, and it's gone. So he got it off its mount. And I think he planned to bring her out that front door because she's bleeding all the way down the front door, the path. She's bleeding inside, according to my source as well. She's bleeding inside at the front door. So the front foyer, you know?
Just in the front?
The pattern of blood drops, according to my source, in the front foyer of her home is the same as the pattern that goes over the threshold of the front door and out onto the front entrance of the tiled, entrance of her home, and then down that gravel pathway and stops at the driveway. So I think his plan was to break in through the back, because you're not getting through that front door. There's no way. Come in through the back. And our sources also told us that the Guthrie kids told the police that Nancy Guthrie rarely locked her back doors.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So he's come in through the back. Now we know that my source was accurate when they said back door wide open. And however he got Nancy out of there, he then gets her out the front door and into a waiting car. But he's made sure to take out the camera so you're not seeing all of that.
I wonder if
that's my guess anyway.
I wonder if he made her open the door, because if he did, I would expect he would be the majority contributor on that door handle.
You mean on the front door, like as they're leaving the house?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know, was it like this kind of door handle, or was it like this kind?
Yeah, I think I'd have to look at it. I think it's circular, but she may have been incapacitated. We don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we know, but Cece, we know she's bleeding. So we know she's hurt in some way.
Yeah. Which I hope means she tried to fight back.
So Christian, someone asked why the Pima County deputy got arrested. He got arrested for kidnapping. What happened was he was driving a woman to jail, and then he tried to bribe and exploit her. And he said, I can help you with your crime or sentence if you sleep with me. And then he showed her some explicit videos of himself and forced her to, I guess, asked her to show him her boobs, and she did. But that's what happened. So he got charged with kidnapping, and he was fired. He was only 22 years old, and you would think that kind of person would be screened out. I mean, that person sounds like someone that probably did that kind of thing before and was probably waiting to do it. Like they couldn't wait to get in that position of power so they can use it and abuse it and exploit it. That's what it sounds like. Now, as of now, there's no connection to the Nancy Guthrie case. I was trying to look at his wrist to see if he has the tattoos that Nancy Grace was going over, but I couldn't see any. But that department, not too good. And that's right, Livin. It was predator behavior. You're not wrong about that.
That's so often the answer to
Ashley Banfield sipping her tea there.
these cases, because that's when you get DNA from the perpetrator. So everyone should always fight back if they're able, because that is often what solves the case in the end.
Yeah.
And, getting DNA under fingernails, for instance, is huge. I'm sure you've heard that many times.
Many times. And I don't know if an 84-year-old woman will fight back, but I do know that she's on blood thinners likely, and with her conditions, and her skin is probably, she's like my mom, so tissue papery that, you bump into something and you can bleed. If you're in your 80s, it can be very, very easy to bleed, even with a harsh grab, that kind of thing. So she might not even have fought back, but I am fascinated to hear that the door handle might be the.
Sweet Caroline, thank you so much for the super chat. Hit the like button if you love being here. Amen, Sweet Caroline. Make sure you like the video out there, folks. Likes are free. Leave your DNA on that like button. Maybe spank the like button if you're feeling a little bit frisky. And subscribe to the channel if you're not already. Thank you so much for all of your support, Sweet Caroline. You really are the best.
Place. I swear there's no way you could put a bite light into your mouth without those grubby little fingers getting something on them.
And holding, you wouldn't hold it in there. That would be very uncomfortable. I can't even imagine.
Well, not if you're giving verbal commands. It's got to come out. Fingers have to take it out, or you have to spit it out, and then it's on those gloves. It's all over those gloves. There's more DNA somewhere in that. He had to have touched other things and thought he was fine because he was wearing gloves. But there's got to be.
I think so
his
too.
DNA in there.
And I had talked about this publicly, and there was these interviews saying that I was giving the FBI advice. I was not giving the FBI advice. All I was saying is I too agree with you that there had to be more DNA there. And I was hoping that if law enforcement did not find a viable profile, that they would go back and re-swab and, you know, look around and even look for a rootless hair. If just any hair, root or rootless, can solve the case.
And that's what you reminded me of, because I've got it written down.
That's a big one. Any hair, rootless or from the root, can solve the case. So that's the top 4, right? Hair, saliva, blood, semen. The top 4 DNA samples you could ask for. And as far as we know, they found none of them.
Ask her about rootless hair. Ask her about any hairs, like a beard hair, anything. Because let's not forget, he's got some goatee going on there. And those little ski masks aren't meant to be used in a hospital. They're meant for warmth. And so they're rubbing up against your face. And presumably, they might be loosening some hairs and they might be able to fall out below. If there's a rootless hair that's part of that they found anywhere in that home, that wouldn't be what we're talking about as a mixture, would it?
No, it wouldn't. And it would be solvable if they have that. And that is thanks to the brilliance of Dr. Ed Green from UC Santa Cruz. Because again, we were told you will never get DNA, usable DNA from rootless hair. And he proved everybody wrong. And he developed a method to extract DNA, SNPs specifically, a SNP profile from rootless hair. And we've been able to solve a number of cases already that is the only physical evidence they had, even a pubic hair, excuse me. But, you know, that's not that different from a beard hair. So if we're able to do it with a pubic hair, you certainly could do it with a beard type hair or mustache type hair, or even an eyebrow, I would imagine. I haven't heard of that yet. I can't imagine why not.
I find it hard to believe that there isn't something there. I mean, we're shedding all the time. And if he did all these terrible things in this home, I just feel as though it just seems as though there would be. And who knows if they did the right collection? Who knows if they knew what they were doing? And who knows if there might have been a hair, but it found its flight out of that home on the bottom of someone's shoe.
Yeah. How do you find a single hair, you know, from somebody with short hair or from a beard? It would take a lot of luck for that crime scene investigator to have found that. And so even if they're very experienced and very thorough, I think it's highly possible they could have missed something, and not even through any fault of their own, just that is such a challenge. And current crime scene investigators need to know now just how important those hairs are. In the past, they were useless if they didn't have the root. And so they might not have been looking for that type of hair as much as now they should be.
Again, Pima County deputy was arrested. The Pima County deputy he kidnapped a woman. And what he did was he held her in his police car. He was trying to get sexual favors from her in an exchange to get her off the hook. This is in the same department, not the sheriff, a Pima County deputy.
Yeah. And so, you know, I'm hoping that they're getting training in that and they're being made aware that can't be what solves the case.
And we know that Nancy was taken from her bed. Therefore, he had to have been close to her bed. And there wouldn't be short beard hairs near her bed from anybody likely except for a guy like this, or if she's got a male cleaner, maybe, who knows. But it would just seem like such a natural if that happened.
Do you know if there was blood in the bedroom?
My source told me the only blood was at the front entrance, meaning inside the house in the front foyer, over the threshold of the front door and out towards the path. And they were identical. The pattern is identical, both inside and outside.
That very well could be from, like you said, grabbing her at that point and trying to get her to leave the home. And yeah, that's kind of unfortunate. I had hoped there might be blood in the bedroom, because if there was more of a struggle there's a greater likelihood he would leave his DNA in that bed, or maybe on that bedside table. If she had, that was somewhere I could see him bracing himself or touching. And so, you know, who knows? She might have gotten out of bed when she heard something, and they might not have even seen each other until she was out of bed. Because I know we've heard she was taken from her bed, but then they walked back on
Well,
that?
you're right about that. And let me tell you something. Again, this Sheriff Nanos, he was the one who said it. And then when it was actually published, he then came back and said, I didn't think you were going to take me literally. I'm walking that back. So everybody walked back until Savannah.
Maureen, what did Ashley just say? I kind of missed it. That was not a fact. Miss Dog Lover 1644. Thank you so much for the super chat. This is an awful case, and I'm angry about the lack of progress. Prayers from the UK. Well, you are certainly not alone in the UK here. A couple of the black sheep are from the UK. And thank you so much for the super chat. I agree with you. The lack of progress is pretty disheartening. Some of it, I think, was self-inflicted. Opening up the crime scene too soon, not taking that front porch mat. Those are things they definitely could have done, and they just didn't. So what could they have done if they did that? What could have gone differently? We'll never know now. But I share your sentiments, Miss Dog, and thank you for the super chat. And some days, thank you very much for this super chat too. It's so dumb, rootless hair, no DNA, but we in science have been able to replicate DNA with hair that there is no root for decades. I can do skin cells you just lose on surfaces. Yeah, so you know better than it seemingly some of the people talking about it some days. I mean, they don't know, right? So even her, Cece, she was acting as if before, like she mentioned how, yes, even if it's rootless, people can find it and like do it and figure out where it came from. But there were people that didn't think that was the case. So it goes to show you. It goes to show you. And thank you very much for that some days. I appreciate your support.
Put out her Instagram a couple weeks later saying my mother was taken from her bed in the dark of night. And then yesterday on the Today Show in her interview with Hoda Kotb said, my mother was taken in her pajamas and her bare feet, no shoes. So it's pretty clear at this point that Sheriff Nanos messed with us at the beginning.
So what we heard yesterday was, Maureen, there were people talking, Brian Etten included, that someone was saying there was blood in the front on the other side of the door. That's what they were saying. I can't remember if it was Ashley saying that or Brian too. So all this information jumbles together. But someone was saying that. I had to look back on who it was. And I think it was someone other than Ashley too.
Told us, then untold us, and Savannah's told us, multiple times now. So it appears she was taken from her bed. And again, that guy's got a gun, so it doesn't take a lot to get someone to move at gunpoint. But
so if it's dark, I mean, yeah, how would you even know they had a gun?
Unless they've got it out and they're holding it. And maybe, you know what? Light switch. If he did it, who knows?
Oh, well, there's a great place to look for DNA. I'm sure they looked.
I hope so. And you know what else I hope they did? I hope they checked the fridge doors, because you and I know enough sick criminals that get themselves a snack or a drink, either in the middle of or before they perpetrate their crimes.
And the toilet. I mean, there's a number of things we've solved where the perpetrator used the toilet or spit in the toilet, and that ended up solving the case. So hopefully, I'm sure they knew to swab all of those surfaces, the toilet seat, everything, the faucet in there. Who knows? Maybe, the guy needed a quick drink of water and used the faucet to get a little bit with his hand.
I mean, you hope they did. There's a lot that's happened in this that makes me shake my head.
42 minutes, right? He was in there.
Hard to tell. I mean, look, it's really hard to tell how long he was in there, because
Ashley's correct about this.
All we know is 1:47 a.m. the camera disconnects. We don't know which camera. Maybe we can assume that's when the camera breaks off from the front mount. And then at 2:12 a.m. a person is detected on camera. So it's disconnected, but then a person connects. And then at 2:28, her pacemaker separates from her Apple devices, which is likely the time that she was taken. But it is hard to know in between any of that, how much time did he actually spend in the house? How much time did he spend outside breaking things and smashing things? And
I just can't imagine.
Spotlights smashed.
Any
700 likes. Thank you very much, people. If you're watching, please remember to like the video, leave your DNA in the like button, spank the like button, and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. I'm pretty sure someone was saying there's some blood on the inside of the door, but I have to confirm it, because there's definitely on the front porch. But when they were talking about the other side, they were saying there's a similar pattern on the other side of the door. I don't know if Ashley's the only person to say that, and she just got it from her source, or if it was someone else. So if the chat can remind me where we heard that, that'd be great.
significant amount of time inside, 30 minutes, 20 minutes, you are going to leave your DNA behind no matter how hard you try not to. And it really is just a matter of finding that and collecting that DNA. And so I don't think there's a question of whether he left DNA. I think that he absolutely left some sort of DNA, but is it findable? You know, is it detectable through standard collection methods? That is the question. And so, you know, we know they opened the home back up relatively quickly, but
relatively, extremely quickly, 30 hours ish.
But didn't they just allow the family in? You know, known people.
Well, into the home, sure, because it belongs to them. But the outside of the home, reporters and delivery guys and pizza people and flower deliveries, they were all walking up and down that front porch area, right where the blood was and right where the bracket for the Nest cam still was.
Yeah.
Never took the half moon foot carpet from the welcome mat from the front door. Never took it. Not to my knowledge, never took it.
Yeah, that seems concerning. I always hesitate to criticize law enforcement because a lot of times I've been working a case and heard the public criticizing and knew it wasn't deserved. So I'm, as I said, very slow to do that. But it does seem concerning that they didn't take the doormat, that they didn't take the mount until, you said, a couple weeks later.
I'll criticize them for you, Cece. You're right about that. They didn't take the mount for a couple weeks. They didn't take the doormat, I think, ever.
So those who are curious about the thumbnail, Ashley went over it in this video too, but just earlier. But there was a deputy who's 22 years old. There was a woman under arrest that was in the back of his cop car. And he said to her, "I can help you with your case if you sleep with me in a hotel room." And then he showed her some explicit sexual material of himself on his phone. The woman got pretty scared. And then he said, "Before you exit the vehicle, can you show me your boobs?" And she did. And then after that, I guess she mentioned something. So he got arrested, fired as a Pima County deputy, and he was charged with kidnapping. He now has a $200,000 bond. But this is all in the Pima County's Sheriff Department. This is someone that they probably should have been able to spot from a mile away, a person that couldn't wait to exploit their power and use it and abuse it. And because this person's only 22. I mean, honestly, I would think you probably shouldn't even be able to be a cop until you're 25. I mean, shouldn't you at least wait until your frontal lobe and your brain is fully developed? But hey, I guess if you're going to use that argument, right, frontal lobe fully developed, then you shouldn't be able to go to the army either until you're 25. So if you can go to the army when you're 18, it kind of undercuts the argument there a little bit. But that's what happened. No connection as of right now to Nancy Guthrie, but it is interesting. Kidnapping, and it's a deputy in that department. So that's basically the summary.
And they didn't take the flower detritus from beneath the mount, which makes me assume they also did take the fragments of glass that Michael Ruiz from Fox News reported he saw beneath the Nest camera mount. So I'll criticize them for you. That's just
let me add in there. I think that was the best chance of having saliva dripping, because if he had that fight light in his mouth, which we think he did, and he leaned forward to try to take that camera off. It's almost impossible, I think, not to have a little bit of saliva then land on that cement below. So I hope they thought to swab that, but of course they didn't have the footage yet. So it might not have occurred to them.
Didn't matter. They knew he'd been there. They knew he'd gotten that camera off its mount. They knew that on day one. That was one of the big things. Camera's missing, blood on the step, back door wide open. Uh-oh, Nancy's gone. Something horrible's happened here. So they knew that he'd been at that front messing with that camera. I'm just so shocked that they didn't take them out. And you're right. He would have had to have touched it in some way. We saw him touching it. We saw it.
Yeah, I've never had one of those bite lights in my mouth, but I just imagine it's very easy to slobber.
I know you got to put it in there, and I know you got to take it out if you're gonna demand something. If you're gonna command someone verbally, you got to take that bite light out.
But I mean, when he was trying to disable the camera and he was leaning forward, I just feel like it's very likely that he might have slobbered a little.
Or maybe those shards of glass below might have some of that DNA on it from the mucking about before he actually got it separated.
Well, and certainly the mount, like you mentioned. I mean, in order to get enough force to remove the camera, it certainly seems you would have to brace yourself with that. So maybe that is where we're seeing the mixture from, though I just can't imagine many people would have touched that camera mount. And maybe maybe he didn't have as much DNA on his gloves at that point, because that
a lot of people touch the Ring doorbell on that Nest Cam, right? They'll touch it.
Is it the same?
But who knows?
Miss Dog Lover, thank you so much for this super chat. So scary. My best friend was raped when we were 19. To think he was in a position of power. That is terrifying when people abuse their positions of power, especially as a woman, because you are less physically strong than the average man, right? So you have that going against you a lot of times. And then, unfortunately, a lot of people blame the victims too when they speak up. We saw that with the domestic violence case against the other YouTuber, who I will not mention. A lot of people blaming her for speaking up. Oh, she must have did it to herself. So I'm very sorry that happened to her, but thank you very much for the super chat, Miss Dog Lover.
Knows where his is located. So you're right. It could be on that. It could be on the door handle, but it's
or a light switch, like you mentioned. The light switch is a great source of DNA.
If he used it, yeah. If there's one thing this conversation has done, it has deconvoluted this story for me because of you.
Use of the new vocab word.
I get smarter by the minute when you show up. Thank you so much for this.
Oh, thank you for having me. I wish we knew more, but we'll just keep plugging along, and you seem to be a great source of information.
Well, I keep trying. It's only because of people like you. So thanks again.
Thank you.
So there you have it. Really fascinating. And I really hope that the lab in Florida is able to do what Pima County sheriffs have not been able to do, and that is solve this case. If they could do what we know has been done before, or at least we believe has been done before, taken something awful and made it make sense, and then led to a suspect, well, I hope he's shaking in his shoes right now. Because they often say in true crime, you can run, but you can't hide. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for listening. And
all right. I wasn't sure we were going to watch this, but I found it. Maureen, baby. Before we get to Maureen, though, please remember to like the video. Likes are free. And leave your DNA in the like button and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. Maureen went to our friend, Megyn Kelly. And let's see what they have to say for themselves. There she is. Do you see her in the thumbnail there? I see her.
We showed you yesterday clips of Savannah Guthrie's first interview on NBC since her mother, Nancy, went missing nearly.
Before we get into this, though, we got a super chat to go over. Thank you very much for the super chat some days. Savannah is coming back to the Today Show. I think it's her saying, F you, who took my mom. Absolutely true. When we went over at the beginning, that's basically what she's saying, right? I don't want the person who took my mom and probably ended her life to steal my joy. And what gives Savannah joy is being with her work family. And she's been with her at-home family since it happened. So I think she's doing the right thing. She's taking care of herself. And she's going to do what she likes to do with her life. She's not going to let this whole thing destroy her and ruin her life. If indeed it was supposed to be a punishment / revenge for Savannah, as I have said, that would be letting them win, right? Letting her just crumple. So I think she's doing the right thing. And she can do this and still grieve and still be devastated at the same time. It's not one or the other. I think you do both. I think it could actually help you grieve going back to work and just going through the motions. She's been, it's day 55 now or 54? But thank you for the super chat some days.
2 months ago now. My gosh, that's crazy. Today is March 27th. Nancy was taken on January 31st. Well, overnight on the wee hours of February 1st. That is so crazy. Unfortunately, we have more questions than answers 2 months later. Like, why didn't the Guthrie family ever pay a ransom if they believed, as Savannah told us yesterday, that 2 of those ransom notes they received were authentic? Why wouldn't they have paid the money?
And the answer is clearly because they wanted proof of life. That's why. If you think the ransoms are real, you want proof of life. Why would I pay a dime if there's no proof of life? A lot of times what happens is if it truly is a ransom, the person's dead, but they're still trying to get the ransom money. So at that point, the only time I would ever think about it is if there was a proof of life. Then maybe, yeah, okay, there's a chance to get her back alive, then sure. But there is no proof of life. Why are you going to pay? I mean, what do you think, chat? I can't think of a reason why you'd pay if there's no proof of life, at least at that stage.
And why did Savannah's military veteran brother immediately think that Nancy was kidnapped for ransom? Immediately, that's where his mind went. Was there something in the second note, this is another question, that made them believe it was fruitless to pay money to the kidnapper? Because they made video statements after each of these notes. And that last question, what was in the second note? And did it suggest something about Nancy that was dark and would have suggested the ransom was fruitless? And that's the question taking new significance this morning. Because one of the X counts that has followed this case the closest and that we have been following and that has steered us right more than once in its commentary and leads on the case is a user who goes by the name Nerdy Addict. And Nerdy, you may recall that because I've cited Nerdy Addict in talking with you guys before. Nerdy Addict writes today, quote, I now have 2 sources confirming that one of the letters sent to the media in the Nancy Guthrie case allegedly states that the sender apologized, claiming that they did not realize.
Nerdy Addict. We watched the video of theirs before, didn't we? And we commented it. But I thought it was like, we'll have to take a look at that next.
Realize how serious Nancy's heart condition was and that she has, quote, gone to be with God. Right. So this is Nerdy claiming that Nerdy's been told by 2 sources that the second ransom note, this person was demanding Bitcoin and wrote to Harvey plus 2 local stations, that the second note apologized, saying they didn't realize how serious Nancy's heart condition was and that she has, quote, gone to be with God. Nerdy.
So apparently there's an alleged Guthrie apology letter. Interesting. I hadn't heard anything about that.
Goes on to write, quote, according to these sources, investigators believe the message came from the same individuals who previously demanded Bitcoin, though this latest letter reportedly made no demands and was framed solely as an apology. While this has been validated to Nerdy by 2 independent sources, it has not been publicly released or confirmed by the media. So Nerdy is telling us, and we are telling you, to take it with a grain of salt. put a big old asterisk at the end of it. With all due respect to Nerdy, we don't know Nerdy's agenda. We don't know Nerdy's background.
All right. So I'm glad Megan's covering her bases here with this, because I have no idea if what they said is legit. So I'm kind of surprised she's even saying it.
We don't know anything about Nerdy other than the reporting that we've taken from this account with citation so far in this case has all proven to be very sound. So that's why we decided to bring it to you. Here to analyze this is James Hamilton. He's a former FBI supervisory special agent who created the FBI's Close Protection School, which is a specialized training program designed for agents to protect high-level individuals. And Maureen O'Connell, a 25-year veteran of the FBI and co-host of
Danielle, you hear that? Sweet, or Maureen O'Connell's here for you.
The Best Case, Worst Case podcast. Thank you guys so much for being back on. I want to go through a little bit of the timeline here just to refresh us all and the audience about that second ransom note, right? Nancy was taken on that Sunday, February 1st in the wee hours. That whole week we had ransom notes and we had family responses. And now it seems like ancient history because we're 2 months in. But the ransom note, my team has done the timeline for me. Okay, the first we heard of a ransom note was Tuesday, February 3rd. The first ransom note sent to TMZ and 2 local Tucson stations at 1:12 p.m. The letter demanded $4 million in Bitcoin by Thursday, February 5th, and then $6 million if the payment didn't come before Monday, February 9th. And then, what was in that note? Well, we don't know. All we know is that they made a demand for ransom and they had revealed something about Nancy's clothing or something inside the house, allegedly about her watch and maybe a floodlight on the outside that convinced investigators that they should take this note seriously. And the family certainly took it seriously because that was the note in response to which we first saw the family come out. The 3 adult children holding hands, Savannah with the no makeup, very, very dark, talk to her and you'll see, saying the things about Nancy, you should get to know her. And in this day of video manipulation, we need to know that you do have her and, that she's alive. So that was after the first one. Then on Thursday, February 5th.
Please remember to like the video while you're here. We can probably get to 1,000 likes tonight, which helps Shadow the Night Owl, my spirit animal, get his Hootie snacks, HOOTIE. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already. Thanks for helping me get to 40,000 subscribers the other night. We got a great group of black sheep here. I call it my flock of black sheep, or the Black Sheep Express. Very supportive, encouraging, and eccentric group. I would have it no other way. A lot of smart people here too. I think that's important. And I think the people in the chat, often they can be a reflection of the creator/YouTuber. And you don't see toxic people in this chat, which is pretty cool. But I can't say the same for other chats. That's for sure.
Authorities confirm those two ransom deadlines. And later that day, KOLD TV Tucson received a second ransom letter at 5:30 p.m. They said there's no deadline in it. The new note, quote, contains something the senders seem to think will prove to investigators that they're the same people who sent the first note. And then in response to that second note, the family came out the following day on Saturday, February 7th, and they said, we received your message. We understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay. And many of us sat and said, that sounds like they believe Nancy's no longer alive. Return our mother to us so we can celebrate with her. Celebrate being, possibly a term of art, a celebration of life. Mm-hmm. Well, they're looking for peace now. Very valuable to us, and we will pay. And that would...
So the woman on the left here, Megyn Kelly, Megyn Kelly. In fact, she does not mind me playing her stuff like this. So I say support her too. anyone who's a friend of the channel, I want the Black Sheep to support them as well. Person on the right, Maureen O'Connell, former FBI agent. She runs her own security company now. The guy in the middle, I think she said his name was Fitzgerald, but I can't recall. So my apologies.
Dovetail with Nerdy's reporting that the second ransom note was more of an apology, but they had Nancy's body and said she's gone to be with God. This is all speculation, but it could dovetail. And it also dovetails, Maureen, with the fact that the family didn't actually pay. Like if that second note suggested Nancy was no longer with us, I don't know that even Savannah Guthrie, who probably does have well over $6 million in the bank, would pay $6 million at that point in the investigation. But I don't know. I'm not sure what to make of this. What do you make of it?
Well, I think that the FBI was probably telling her, without proof of life, do not pay these people. It will never end. Just, let's wait for proof of life and then we'll move forward from there. And if they can't provide proof of life, then we could very well be dealing with the wrong people.
That's why Maureen's the best. She said it, proof of life.
It's simple. It seems cold, but it's how these things work, basically. As far as the apology, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I'm interested in the apology because some have speculated online who would apologize. What kind of a kidnapper apologizes for stealing an 84-year-old? And does that tell us anything about who may have done it?
Well, people that apologize, like over 90% of them are female, which is interesting. And then also,
oh, that's so true in life, too.
It is so true. I hear these young women, I'm sorry. But
I like Maureen's young woman impersonation. I want to hear that again.
People that apologize, like over 90% of them are female, which is interesting. And then also,
oh, that's so true in life, too.
It is so true. I hear these young women, I'm sorry. But also go with God. That's something obviously men and women can say, but it's it's designed to comfort the family. Why would hardened criminals that are professionals want to comfort the family? They would probably just be mad that they didn't get their money. But they feel bad.
First of all, just for the record, it's amazing to me. My husband and I have been married 18 years, together 20. He never apologizes.
The only issue with when Maureen comes on Megyn Kelly's show, they don't have the chemistry. It's not like when she's on Brian Netton or even Ashley Banfield, but mostly Brian Netton. They have the chemistry together. They're comfortable with one another. But it's not exactly the same when she comes on Megyn's show. And you can sense it, right?
Maybe I've heard him apologize like 3 times. It's not that he never takes responsibility. He'll take responsibility, but like the words "I'm sorry" are so rare. Meanwhile, women are constantly like, "Oh, I'm sorry, James. We blame you." That's really where we're going with this.
Yeah, that's completely
But I bet
fine.
you're not an apologizer.
Yeah, completely fine to blame me and us, and good to see you again. I would say there's a lack of personalization here that I would like to see, and what I mean by that is if Maureen and I are working this up on the big board, you will have all of the specificity that could have been gleaned from all the public information, press conferences, and what have you, drone footage, media crops, and all I've heard so far is watch, outdoor light, pacemaker or heart condition. All of this is public knowledge. So if we're going to apologize and I'm going to take it seriously, I would have liked to see something like, hey, in the note, we apologize, or I apologize for knocking over the picture in the room, or more specificity. I knocked over the photo of your father. Okay. That would be, okay, we need to take this seriously. Something that's not released to the public. Then yeah, there might be something to this, but all I'm hearing, Megyn, is what scam artists do. They prey upon grief. They prey upon your vulnerability. They're saying anything they can to get paid. It really doesn't move the needle a lot for me.
And yet we know from
And I'd always thought that those ransom notes were just opportunists, someone trying to exploit the situation and take advantage. I didn't get the impression they were real. That's just my personal opinion.
Savannah yesterday that she believes whoever wrote those notes is the kidnapper. Think about this. In 2006, $20,000 equaled roughly 33 ounces of gold.
No gold. No gold, Megyn Kelly. I'm sorry.
There have been a lot of good questions asked about Savannah's interview yesterday. Many by just armchair detectives or...
Oh, we got a super chat here. Sweet Caroline, thank you so much for the super chat. We get to watch all relevant content from other channels here. We get to question motives and personalities, and we all get to be together. Let's support the channel. Hit like to demonstrate your thanks. That's right. Thank you very much, Sweet Caroline. Gratitude is an action word, as they say. And have an attitude of gratitude. Demonstrate your gratitude. And that goes for me too, of course. So thank you very much for your support, Sweet Caroline. Shadow the Night Owl is especially thankful for you. And everyone else, please make sure you like the video. Likes are free. Leave your DNA in the like button and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. Please help me get to 1,000 likes tonight. We can make it. We got this. I'm manifesting.
Regular civilians, Maureen, who have been covering this case. And I saw one woman on my X feed today asking a really good question about this soundbite. Let me play it and then we'll talk about it. This is Savannah talking about the moments she found out from Annie that Nancy was missing.
And my sister called me and I said, "Is everything okay?" And she said, "No." She said, "Mom's missing." And I said, "What? Yeah. What are you talking about?" She said, "She's gone." And she was in a panic. I was in a panic. I'm like, "Call 911." Yeah. She's like, "I did. We've called them. They're here." And we thought that she must have had like some kind of medical episode in the night, and that somehow, the paramedics had come because the back doors were propped open, and that didn't make any sense. We thought maybe they came and there was a stretcher and they took her out the back, but her phone was there and her purse was there and all her things. And it just didn't make any sense. So, Annie and Tommy had already called all the hospitals, but then I'm like, I'm going to call the hospital. So then I started calling the hospitals, and the police were there and talking to her at the same time. And it was just chaos and disbelief.
Okay, in the longer version of the clip, Savannah sets up that story by saying her husband had been away on a guy's weekend that weekend, and he had just come home, and that she had been at Carson Daly's house with her kids all day, and she had just gotten home, and that they were getting ready. It was the evening, and then the sister called. Well, we know from the authorities.
It's adorable when people say things like this. "Oh, beg for some more likes. It's not annoying at all." Unlike your comment, I guess, which I guess is just so pleasant and not annoying in any way.
That 911 was called just after noon that morning, right? Nancy, they revised the timeline, but they said at 11:57, they realized Nancy wasn't there. They called 911, and that 911 got there. The authorities got there just after noon. So that would have been just after 3 p.m. East Coast time. So hours went by from the sound of it before Annie Guthrie called Savannah. And I would give this woman online credit, but I didn't actually see her name. But she was saying, you only have one other sister.
Rooster, I'm like Lumberg from Office Space. Yeah. Sky, I'm going to go ahead and you're going to need to get me those TPS reports, and I'm going to need them soon. And you're going to need to like the video as well and subscribe. Yeah.
Sister. She's got, Annie Guthrie has a brother, Cameron, and she's got a sister, Savannah. And the sister happens to have major resources. But the point is, your mother's potentially missing. You've now been to the house. There's blood. There's blood throughout the house. The door's propped open. Nancy's missing. The ring camera's it's gone. The Nest camera's gone. You wait hours, 2 or 3 hours to call your sister to say, like, have you heard from mom? And by the way, you do all the hospital calls too before you loop in the sister? Like, I could see if your sister's missing, you do all that legwork yourself before you loop in your mom, whom you don't want to panic. But your sister is your sister.
Maureen, thank you very much for the super sticker, Maureen, one of our British residents. I appreciate your support. You can tell because the pound sign. We had a few people from England here, and I'm grateful for everyone's support.
In arms, like your siblings, they're in it with you as a sibling. You're like, this is our mom. Like, it's all hands on deck. And also, wouldn't you have just called her to say, have you heard from her? Like, it is very strange, the more I think about it, that Annie Guthrie did not call Savannah Guthrie for hours, apparently, and after she knew that.
And double the fun for Maureen. Another super sticker. Thank you so much, Maureen. We've missed you around here, by the way. We hadn't seen you here for a little bit, but I've been very glad you've been here again the last few days, so you're welcome to be here whenever. The door is open. Just like the door is open for OC Girl, too.
Something had gone very, very wrong with the mother.
She was probably just, I mean, Annie's going to say that she was trying to figure it out and that she and Tommaso were. But to your point, I would absolutely, one of my first phone calls would be like to one of my sisters, hey, get on the phone and call these 3 hospitals. I'll have Eileen call the other 3 hospitals and, or divvy up these nearby hospitals between the 2 of you. I'm here. I'm doing a ground search. I'm trying to find mom in the house. I have no idea why the door is propped open. There's blood in the front entryway. But I could see how the only thing that really stands out to me is that door being propped open. Not the only thing, but the thing that really blows my mind is that door being propped open because she apparently left through the front door. And I mean, was the initial plan to pull the car around back and then they had to abort mission and the driver came up on the circle driveway instead and then they went out the front door? I don't know. But with them removing the camera, that makes me believe that part of the plan was to remove Nancy via the front door. And perhaps if it was a kidnapping to begin with, that was the plan, they wouldn't want the family to see what condition she was in when they pulled her out of that house.
Well, we speculated yesterday, James was here, about whether maybe they did take her out of the house. Maybe they threw her over the shoulder and walked out of the front of the house.
That's what I think.
And one of the questions I have is, does Savannah know that her mother was wearing the pajamas? She said that yesterday, without her shoes, in her pajamas, because she's seen maybe additional images from the Nest camera that the rest of us haven't seen? Or is it more likely that she's going off of what was in that first ransom note that she's taking so seriously, James, which you heard Harvey Levin say describes what Nancy was wearing. And maybe she's just going by that maybe the note says we took her in her pajamas without her shoes.
Yeah. And it's interesting. I didn't catch, but what she led with was that when she talked to her sister, that her sister said something's odd, mom's missing, and notice she said the door was propped open. Well, what about the blood? If you and I were brother and sister, Megan, and I called you and I said, hey, there's blood all over mom's porch, I'd lead with that. I wouldn't lead with door propped open, right? I'd lead with blood. I'd lead with camera knocked off the front. That was not said. And I try not to ever really get involved in family dynamics and why.
And Sikorsky, I've always thought that the whole thing was a hit, unfortunately. If you come at nighttime, your goal is to take the person. You come during the day, your goal is to get things. And I've always thought, for whatever reason, unfortunately for Savannah, that the whole thing was targeted to punish her or get revenge on her. I mean, and that's not to blame Savannah. It's not her fault in any way. But I just get the impression whoever did this, that was their intent. I don't think the intent was money. I think it was a punishment / revenge. And the goal was unfortunately a hit. And it is, I mean, what kind of person can do this? Someone without empathy, right? So a psychopath, a Machiavellian person, a narcissist. That's it.
A call was made or not made. We just don't know enough. I don't know enough about that family dynamic, but if they're taking care of, meaning if Savannah's sister and her brother-in-law are taking care of the mother and they're there frequently, there might be a lot of things going on that they don't ever call Savannah about. And I don't know the family well enough. I do know families, and sometimes that does happen. So I don't find the 3 hours terribly, strange, but I do have a problem with the not knowing about. So did she not know about the blood? Why not lead with that? It makes me feel like they didn't know.
It's possible she's been told, not to discuss evidence like at the crime scene. Maybe she thinks the blood is not to be discussed, even though we've all seen it. It's not a secret thanks to the investigators.
I feel like they didn't know. I feel like, the law enforcement, they remember yesterday we talked about law enforcement trying to talk. It sounds like that they're trying to tell the family it's not a big deal. People go missing all the time. And the family keeps saying, no, you don't understand. She can't just walk away. She has this heart thing. No mention. I think maybe they started searching later and then, found this blood and then called crime scene unit and all those things. I think that took a while, because if they had known that in the beginning, then certainly the prop door is a concern, but blood's more concerning. And I think I lead with that one.
I would too. But
meanwhile, yeah, go ahead.
With regard to what she was wearing, it could be a simple case, Megan, of one of the granddaughters bought her a Hello Kitty sleep shirt or something, and she always wore either that or this other thing, and they all know it, and or something very anecdotal like that, and they noticed that one of them was missing. That the sleep shirt she always wears is missing. Something distinctive. That's what I thought of when I heard that.
I'll tell you something. I know exactly what my mom sleeps in. I know exactly what it is. And if somebody ever took her while wearing it, they'd be able to convince me in a heartbeat that they had her. It's like distinctive. I know every option she has and what she does. So if that's the case here, then maybe there was something that really convinced them this person in the first note is the person. But I have my doubts, because we have seen the Apple Watch on Nancy on previous Today Show segments. We've seen Nancy's cane on previous segments. I don't know if they mentioned the cane, but they might have known that she was not that mobile from that information. We've seen, as we discussed now, the inside of Nancy's bedroom in that videotape that we found from 2013. I don't know whether this person ever saw that, but if you're going to do it, if you were doing a planned kidnapping on Nancy, you might take a deep dive into whatever segments you could find where they showed the inside of Nancy's home, which they did on the Today Show. So it's very possible this person could write a convincing note that they had Nancy, even if they didn't. I as we've discussed before, I don't understand a kidnapper who's like, check the floodlight as proof that I have Nancy. Like, Maureen, that just doesn't, like, the floodlight, that's something anyone can see from the outside of the house.
Well, yeah, the floodlight, but the Apple Watch, I'm convinced, because for the FBI to take this seriously, and James can agree with me, because they were talking about it, they got together, everyone discussed it. It had to be something specific, like I ripped her Apple Watch off. I broke the buckle to where she hooked it on. I threw it.
He said it was the location.
I threw it.
Harvey said the location.
I threw it under her nightstand or under the dresser, or I threw it into the bathroom, something like that. So it's got a couple of elements that just no one else knew about unless they were there.
That's exactly right.
Go ahead, James.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And yeah, again, she's very emotional, and she's hanging on to any thread at all. And so for her to believe that, the note was for real, I completely understand how that could happen due to, the emotional nature of it. And not to say that her brother's not emotional, but I'd love to hear from him. Did he think, or did this
This is a good question here. This is what I say to this, LJ, not this. Is the chat that bad? I would say good vibes disturbs people's demons. Remember that.
Or the other sister believe that, this was real. I'd like to hear from them. And again, I could see her believing that because of these victims are hanging on to any shred of hope that, it's going to be a good outcome.
I mean, I do think it's interesting that the brother, this fighter pilot, his mind immediately went to she was kidnapped for ransom. Like,
here's the thing, folks, about not seeing the blood. You have to understand, what entrance do they come in? Do they go through the garage to get inside the house? Because their first thinking is to see what the heck's going on, right? So maybe they go through the garage. Maybe there's a side door. Maybe they don't check the front step right away because maybe that's not the entrance they usually use. Maybe Nancy usually comes out through the garage. So it's a possibility as to why they didn't see it right away. That's just, I'm not saying that's what it was, just a possibility.
Savannah told us that yesterday without even, and he didn't get there until a couple days in, James. So that was him just having the crime scene described to him by phone. He immediately went to someone stole her to extort money from us because knowing Savannah had means.
Exactly. And that's kind of what I was talking about yesterday. He was intuitively, he was putting it together. And if you've ever been through a traumatic situation, that's exactly what happens. I was actually stalked one time, and the cops were asking me, who do you think it is? And I immediately put it together. And, I had no I was very young. I didn't have any training in FBI stuff or stalking or any of that, but I just, put it together intuitively that it's so-and-so. And sure enough, that's exactly who was stalking me. So it doesn't surprise me at all that that's what happened. Again, intuition is a very powerful thing, and it operates at a subconscious level faster than a computer. And he put it together very quickly, and not surprised by it at all.
Think about this. In 2000, ransom deadlines, and later that day, KOLD TV Tucson received a second ransom letter at 5:30 p.m. They said there's no deadline in it. The new note, quote, contains something the senders seem to think will prove to investigators that they're the same people who sent the first note. And then in response to that second note, the family came out the following day on Saturday, February 7th, and they said, we received your message. We understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay. And many of us sat and said, that sounds like they believe Nancy's no longer alive. Return our mother to us so we can celebrate with her. Celebrate being, possibly a term of art, a celebration of life. Mm-hmm. Well, they're looking for peace now. Very valuable to us, and we will pay. And that would dovetail with Nerdy's reporting that the second ransom note was more of an apology, but they had Nancy's body and said she's gone to be with God. This is all speculation. But
by the way, while you're here, please remember to like the video. Likes are free. Leave your DNA in the like button. We're coming up on 1,000, so thank you very much for that. And subscribe to the channel if you're not already. I go live 5 or 6 nights a week to talk about true crime and current events at a little bit after 10 p.m. Eastern. I use my experience with mental health, addiction, narcissistic abuse, narcissistic family systems. And those things are things, unless you've lived it, it's tough to really understand it. But I use my insights on those things to give my perspective on true crime and current events. And in the live chat, we got a great flock of black sheep here. We call it sometimes the Black Sheep Express, but come in and say hello to them as well. We're rocking and rolling in here. We're a fun time.
But it could dovetail. And it also dovetails, Maureen, with the fact that the family didn't actually pay. Like if that second note suggested Nancy was no longer with us, I don't know that even Savannah Guthrie, who probably does have well over $6 million in the bank, would pay $6 million at that point in the investigation. But I don't know. I'm not sure what to make of this. What do you make of it?
Well, I think that the FBI was probably telling her, without proof of life, do not pay these people. It will never end. Just, let's wait for proof of life and then we'll move forward from there. And if they can't provide proof of life, then we're probably...
Leah, thank you so much for the super chat, Leah. Thanks for covering this story. Kisses and hugs from Leah Marie. Well, kisses and hugs right back to you, Leah Marie. I'm glad you're here. Like I said, it seems like you'll fit right in here. I'm glad you found us. And I'm sure everyone else is glad you found us too. Thank you again.
We could very well be dealing with the wrong people. It's just, it's simple. It seems cold, but it's how these things work, basically. As far as the apology, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I'm interested in the apology because some have speculated online who would apologize. What kind of a kidnapper apologizes for stealing an 84-year-old? And does that tell us anything about who may have done it?
Well, people that apologize, like over 90% of them are female, which is interesting. And then also...
Oh, that's so true in life, too.
It is so true. I hear these young women, I'm sorry. But also go with God. That's something obviously men and women can say, but it's it's designed to comfort the family. Why would hardened criminals that are professionals want to comfort the family? They would probably just be mad that they didn't get their money. But they feel bad.
First of all, just for the record, it's amazing to me. My husband and I have been married 18 years, together 20. He never apologizes. Like, maybe I've heard him apologize like 3 times. It's not that he never takes responsibility. He'll take responsibility. But like the words, I'm sorry, are so rare. Meanwhile, women are constantly like, oh, I'm sorry, James, we blame you. That's really where we're going with this.
Yeah, it's completely
But I bet
fine.
you're not an apologizer.
Yeah, completely fine to blame me and us. And good to see you again. I would say there's a lack of personalization here that I would like to see. And what I mean by that is if Maureen and I are working this up on the big board, you will have all of the specificity that could have been gleaned from all the public information, press conferences and what have you, drone footage, media crops. And all I've heard so far is watch, outdoor light, pacemaker or heart condition, all of this.
And by the way, folks, Brewster just sent me something. See what this says? Hootie Snacks. Hootie Snacks for Shadow the Night Owl. That's a special treat for 1,000 likes, by the way. Thank you to Rooster for making that.
This is public knowledge. So if we're going to apologize and I'm going to take it seriously, I would have liked to see something like, hey, in the note, we apologize or I apologize for knocking over the picture in the room, or more specificity. I knocked over the photo of your father. Okay. That would be, okay, we need to take this seriously. Something that's not released to the public. Then yeah, there might be something to this, but all I'm hearing, Megan, is what scam artists do. They prey upon grief. They prey upon your vulnerability. They're saying anything they can to get paid. It really doesn't move the needle a lot for me.
And yet we know from Savannah yesterday that she believes whoever wrote those notes is the kidnapper. So we're going to talk about that. And we put together all we know about what was in the ransom notes from Harvey Levin's multiple evolving statements on it. We're going to go there next, plus what Savannah said today. Stand by. If your dog is scratching more than usual, licking their paws or shaking their head, it might seem like normal dog behavior, but Better Wild says .com/MK.
A person that would send a fake ransom note.
Now, what happens is Megyn Kelly takes a couple videos out of the main video. So we watched the 2 smaller videos, but there's also about 30 minutes of footage that she did not include in other videos, and we're finding that now.
It really has to look deeply at themselves.
Yeah.
To a family in pain.
We put together a montage of everything we could find Harvey Levin saying about them since he's seen them, and here that is.
So we got something in our email that looks like it's written like a ransom note for Savannah Guthrie's mother.
Specific
And they're
requests for certain amounts of money,
very specific.
Bitcoin.
And also they say at the bottom, there are certain things they're saying about what she was wearing and damage to the house.
That they're clearly saying to verify that
it's us.
We know what we're talking about.
They do mention an Apple Watch, as the FBI said, and they do mention the floodlight, the damaged floodlight. There is something else, and it is the placement of the Apple Watch, which has not come out. And if that placement is accurate, I'm sure that is something that puts this letter on the FBI's radar.
There are deadlines, I say plural, deadlines in this letter, and one is looming.
The letter says that she will be returned within 12 hours back in the Tucson area. And then if you look at 12 hours, that's a radius of about
That's
700
how you
miles.
calculated the map.
I know. And when I say I know, I am positive that authorities, including the FBI, are vitally interested in that ransom note. I know this to be true. And I can't say the specifics because I promised I wouldn't, but I can tell you they are absolutely still vitally interested in this ransom note.
Okay, so to clarify,
looks like Harvey Levin was going through puberty there for a second.
Received the first ransom note, not the second one, which Nerdy Addict thinks they have a scoop on today. We know precious little about the second one from authorities or from the media that has received it. KOLD TV Tucson is the one that received the second one. And again, as I said to you, they reported the new note contains something the sender seemed to think will prove to investigators they're the same people who sent the first note. And the response to it by the Guthrie family was, we received your message. We understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay. So what do you make of that collection of information there, James? They say something about what Nancy's wearing in the first note. They mention the Apple Watch and the placement of it. They mention the floodlights. They mention deadlines and something about being within 12 hours of the Tucson area so that they could get Nancy back to the Guthries within, that amount of time. Does that tell you anything? Do you have any new insights on it?
There is some specificity. Again, I would need to know, are there any publicly released photos of Miss Guthrie with the Apple Watch on? If not,
yes,
right?
Yes, she was on the Today Show with Savannah wearing it.
Well, then it's not as crucial to me. Again, something very specific, like instead of saying nightgown, like if they gave a very specific, and again, I don't know because I haven't read the note, but if it was a very specific type of nightgown with maybe a tear or a stain, something that we would not know, but Savannah and the family would know, then that would lead me to believe, okay, we need to take this seriously, and we need to, respond. We need to have correspondence with this individual. And the very first thing I'd be asking for is, I'd let them know what we want to pay, but I need to know she's alive, period. And then I don't know, did that happen? And if it did happen, what was the next response?
Message. We got to 1,000 likes. Thank you so much out there to everyone helped us get to 1,000. You hit the like button. Also subscribe if you're not already. And I'll try to demonstrate my gratitude with the members only live streams is one way. Let me know some other ways that you would like to see me, and I'll see what I can do. Because I do believe gratitude is an action word. And thank you very much again for all the super chats, likes, subscriptions, memberships, super stickers. I appreciate it all.
Right? Did something go wrong in the negotiation and we're just not being told? But you said it. We're just not being told. There's a lot of information we don't have.
What do you make, James, of if this is true, the report by Nerdy, of the report that the kidnapper apologized in the second note? I'm sorry, and she's gone to be with God?
Yeah. Again, I've seen notes like that with regards to a scam. I've seen anything they can say to, curry favor, to feel as though, because she's clearly grieving Savannah and the family. So he's playing upon that, right? And I know she said something like, how could someone do that? And I'm sorry to say this, but there's truly evil people walking this planet, and they do this, and this is how they act, and they will make you believe a lot.
By the way, chat, what's your definition of the word evil? I have a definition of evil. I think the definition of evil is causing harm intentionally, especially if you enjoy it. To me, that's evil, right? Having the sadistic glee of hurting others. And we're not talking about some CNC type thing here. That's not quite the same. But true evil, harming them, killing them, and enjoying it intentionally, that's evil. And I'm going to try to go over that book, People of the Lie, too. When I talked to Dr. Salerno about, is there a spiritual component to narcissism, that book was brought up a lot. So I'm going to see what I can do about that.
Of things. That's why they're scam artists. That's why they're successful. And they prey upon that grief, the vulnerability, the sadness. Again, they will say whatever it takes to get that money and to apologize, or, say they went with God. It's like one of the tells, as Maureen, I'm sure can say this as well, Maureen, but as an investigator, when someone says, I swear to God, that whenever they put that on you, they're literally lying, and they're trying to make you think they're telling the truth. They always say things like that.
That is so true. Phil Houston, who's a lifelong CIA guy who literally wrote the book called Spy the Lie, he's a human lie detector, says that one of the things he looks at to figure out whether somebody's lying has to happen within the first 5 seconds of asking the question. So you need a cluster. You need 2 of his deception indicators to happen within the first 5 seconds of asking the question. So in other words, sometimes people will look away. That's not a tell unless it's part of a cluster. It has to be at least 2 things. So if you look,
this is interesting. So you need to have a cluster of tells within the first 5 seconds. Looking away can be a part of a cluster, but let's see what else she says.
Away, and hands go above the midline, because you do that when you're lying. You can do it normally too if you're like I am.
Really? I haven't heard that one before. Your hands go above when you're lying. Have you heard that? There might be some mad Italians in the chat here in a minute. People who talking with their hands. But I don't know. Maybe James Sexton, the divorce lawyer, would have something to say about this. But what do you think, chat? I haven't heard that.
I'm like Italian. But
she said it too.
It can be, you're lying, you have adrenaline pumping through your body, and it's amazing. He has all these videos of people lying. It has to shoot out of you. The electricity that runs through your body when you are lying, it does shoot out of you someplace. That's why your hands go above the midline. Touching your face is a big one, like your ear, your hair, your nose, your mouth. Or if you see somebody sitting, like with the legs crossed, you'll see them start to like do this with the leg. It starts to like kick. It's amazing how you cannot keep the adrenaline from lying in your body. But anyway, yeah, you're right. One of his is referencing God, James.
Yep. Yeah. And for me, I think now it's become an absolute, pet peeve of mine. But if I ask you a question and you were to respond to me and you say, well, honestly, James, or to tell you the truth, James, well, all I hear is you're a liar. You lie all the time. And right now you just want me to believe you because you're prefacing the answer. Honest people like you and me, I just give you the answer, and that is what it is. I don't need to preface it. But also, I just want to say, I looked at the February 3rd press conference with the sheriff, and that information's out there, right? So to say she's gone with God, that clearly is already out there and preys upon, they care about God as well. I've seen it. These scammers, they'll do anything and say anything. And we know, publicly that, Miss Guthrie was supposed to be at a church meeting that morning.
Oh, I see. So you're at the press conference, he revealed that she was supposed to be at church. And so you're saying that these scammers, if that's what they were, knew that a reference to God might play with the Guthrie family.
That's right.
Or it may have just been, if in fact the Nerdy report is true, them lying and covering it up with a reference to she's gone with God. We don't know. There's a lot there have been a lot of good questions asked about Savannah's interview yesterday. Many by just armchair detectives or, regular civilians, Maureen, who have been covering this case. And I saw one woman on my X feed today asking a really good question about this soundbite. Let me play it and then we'll talk about it. This is Savannah talking about the moments she found out from Annie that Nancy was missing.
And my sister called me and I said, "Is everything okay?" And she said, "No." She said, "Mom's missing." And I said, "What? Yeah. What are you talking about?" She said, "She's gone." And she was in a panic. I was in a panic. I'm like, "Call 911." Yeah. She's like, "I did. We've called them. They're here."
And in fact, I didn't do even what Rooster gave me justice. I'm going to read it. Made for the night owls, the dreamers, and the doers. Hootie Snacks keeps your mind sharp and your craving satisfied long after the world goes quiet. Late night fuel, energy boost, bold flavor, satisfying crunch. Hootie Snacks. Midnight crunch. Fuel your night. It sounds like Rooster has a career in advertising coming up if he wanted one.
We thought that she must have had like some kind of medical episode in the night, and that somehow, the paramedics had come because the back doors were propped open, and that didn't make any sense. We thought maybe they came and there's a stretcher and they took her out the back, but her phone was there and her purse was there and all her things. And it just didn't make any sense. So, Annie and Tommy had already called all the hospitals, but then I'm like, I'm going to call the hospital. So then I started calling the hospitals, and the police were there and talking to her at the same time. And it was just chaos and disbelief.
Okay, in the longer version of the clip, Savannah sets up that story by saying her husband had been away on a guy's weekend that weekend, and he had just come home, and that she had been at Carson Daly's house with her kids all day, and she had just gotten home, and that they were getting ready. It was the evening, and then the sister called. Well, we know from the authorities that 911 was called just after noon that morning, right? Nancy, they revised the timeline, but they said at 11:57, they realized Nancy wasn't there. They called 911, and that 911 got there. The authorities got there just after noon. So that would have been just after 3 p.m. East Coast time. So hours went by from the sound of it before Annie Guthrie called Savannah. And I would give this woman online credit, but I didn't actually see her name. But she was saying, you only have one other sister. She's got, Annie Guthrie has a brother, Cameron, and she's got a sister, Savannah. And the sister happens to have major resources. But the point is, your mother's potentially missing. You've now been to the house. There's blood. There's blood throughout the house. The door's propped open. Nancy's missing. The Ring camera's it's gone. The Nest camera's gone. You wait hours, 2 or 3 hours to call your sister to say, like, have you heard from Mom? And by the way, you do all the hospital calls too before you loop in the sister? Like, I could see if your sister's missing, you do all that legwork yourself before you loop in your mom, whom you don't want to panic. But your sister is your sister in arms, like your siblings. They're in it with you as a sibling. You're like, this is our mom. Like, it's all hands on deck. And also, wouldn't you have just called her to say, have you heard from her? It is very strange, the more I think about it, that Annie Guthrie did not call Savannah Guthrie for hours, apparently, and after she knew that something had gone very, very wrong with the mother.
She was probably just, Annie's going to say that she was trying to figure it out and that she and Tommaso were. But to your point, I would absolutely, one of my first phone calls would be like to one of my sisters, hey, get on the phone and call these 3 hospitals. I'll have Eileen call the other 3 hospitals, and, you know, or divvy up these nearby hospitals between the 2 of you. I'm here. I'm doing a ground search. I'm trying to find mom in the house. I have no idea why the door is propped open. There's blood in the front entryway. But I could see how the only thing that really stands out to me is that door being propped open. Not the only thing, but the thing that really blows my mind is that door being propped open because she apparently left through the front door. And I mean, was the initial plan to pull the car around back and then they had to abort mission and the driver came up on the circle driveway instead and then they went out the front door? I don't know.
I mean, I think there's a possibility that Annie, she wanted to have answers for Savannah because, I mean, Savannah's the one that is the most successful in the family, the wealth and the status, etc. So they might be nervous to even call her, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what kind of relationship they have, but maybe they're nervous to say, hey, I know we're here, but mom's missing, because Savannah would be like, you guys are there to make sure mom's safe. And now here she is missing. What? I'm not saying that's definitely what happened. I'm just throwing it out there as a possibility.
But with them removing the camera, that makes me believe that part of the plan was to remove Nancy via the front door. And perhaps if it was a kidnapping to begin with, that was the plan, they wouldn't want the family to see what condition she was in when they pulled her out of that house.
Well, we speculated yesterday, James was here, about whether maybe they did take her out of the house. Maybe they threw her over the shoulder and walked out of the front of the house.
That's what I think.
And one of the questions I have is, does Savannah know that her mother was wearing the pajamas? She said that yesterday, without her shoes, in her pajamas, because she's seen maybe additional images from the Nest camera that the rest of us haven't seen? Or is it more likely that she's going off of what was in that first ransom note that she's taking so seriously, James, which you heard Harvey Levin say describes what Nancy was wearing? And maybe she's just going by that maybe the note says we took her in her pajamas without her shoes.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I didn't catch, but what she led with was that when she talked to her sister, that her sister said something's odd, mom's missing, and notice she said the door was propped open. Well, what about the blood? If you and I were brother and sister, Megan, and I called you and I said, hey, there's blood all over mom's porch, I'd lead with that. I wouldn't lead with door propped open, right? I'd lead with blood. I'd lead with camera knocked off the front. That was not said. And I try not to ever really get involved in family dynamics and why, a call was made or not made. We just don't know enough. I don't know enough about that family dynamic, but if they're taking care of, meaning if Savannah's sister and her brother-in-law are taking care of the mother and they're there frequently, there might be a lot of things going on that they don't ever call Savannah about. And I don't know the family well enough. I do know families, and sometimes that does happen. So I don't find the 3 hours terribly, strange, but I do have a problem with the not knowing about. So did she not know about the blood? Why not lead with that? It makes me feel like they didn't know.
It's possible she's been told, not to discuss evidence like at the crime scene. Maybe she thinks the blood is not to be discussed, even though we've all seen it. It's not a secret thanks to the investigators.
I feel like they didn't know. I feel like, the law enforcement, they remember yesterday we talked about law enforcement trying to talk. It sounds like that they're trying to tell the family it's not a big deal. People go missing all the time. And the family keeps saying, no, you don't understand. She can't just walk away. She has this heart thing. No mention. I think maybe they started searching later and then, found this blood and then called crime scene unit and all those things. I think that took a while, because if they had known that in the beginning, then certainly the prop door is a concern, but blood's more concerning. And I think I lead with that one.
I would too. But
meanwhile, yeah, go ahead.
With regard to what she was wearing, it could be a simple case, Megan, of you know, one of the granddaughters bought her a Hello Kitty sleep shirt or something, and she always wore either that or this other thing, and they all know it, and, you know, or something very anecdotal like that, and they know.
And Maureen, I agree with that, because regardless of what entrance they used to get in, you would see blood in the house. So they might not have seen the blood in the front porch, depending on what entrance they used, but inside, I think they would see. I agree.
Noticed that one of them was missing. That the sleep shirt she always wears is missing. Something distinctive. You know, that's what I thought of when I heard that.
I mean, I'll tell you something. I know exactly what my mom sleeps in. I know exactly what it is. And if somebody ever took her while wearing it, they'd be able to convince me in a heartbeat that they had her. You know, it's like distinctive. I know every option she has and what she does. So if that's the case here, then maybe there was something that really convinced them this person in the first note is the person.
Mm-hmm.
But I have my doubts, because we have seen the Apple Watch on Nancy on previous Today Show segments. We've seen Nancy's cane on previous segments. I don't know if they mentioned the cane, but they might have known that she was not that mobile from that information. We've seen, as we discussed now, the inside of Nancy's bedroom in that videotape that we found from 2013. I don't know whether this person ever saw that, but if you're going to do it, if you were doing a planned kidnapping on Nancy, you might take a deep dive into whatever segments you could find.
Angela, what are we going to do with you, Angela? She says, why in the fuck do you have a title that Pima County deputy arrested when you fucking well know that is not true? Is that just to lure people to listen to you? You sick fuck? Because there was a Pima County deputy arrested. He was arrested for kidnapping. He was attempting to bribe a woman and said, I'll help you with the case if you sleep with me in this hotel room. Then he showed her explicit material of himself on the phone and then said, show me your boobs. And she did. But she was kept in the cop car by him. This is in Pima County. This does happen. It did happen. And we showed his bond hearing, I guess is what you would call that, right? And there's a $200,000 bond for him. So we're only reporting facts, Angela. Thank you.
Where they showed the inside of Nancy's home, which they did on the Today Show. So it's very possible this person could write a convincing note that they had Nancy, even if they didn't. I as we've discussed before, I don't understand a kidnapper who's like, check the floodlight as proof that I have Nancy. Like, Maureen, that just doesn't, like, the floodlight, that's something anyone can see from the outside of the house.
Well, yeah, the floodlight, but the Apple Watch, I'm convinced, because for the FBI to take this seriously, and James can agree with me, because they were talking about it, they got together, everyone discussed it. It had to be something specific, like I ripped her Apple Watch off. I broke the buckle to where she hooked it on. I threw it.
He said it was the location.
I threw it.
Harvey said the location.
I threw it under her nightstand or under the dresser, or I threw it into the bathroom, something like that. So it's got a couple of elements that just no one else knew about unless they were there.
That's exactly right.
Go ahead, James.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And yeah, again, she's very emotional and she's hanging on to any thread at all. And so for her to believe that, the note was for real, I completely understand how that could happen due to, the emotional nature of it. And not to say that her.
Yeah, Angela, I'm like Lumberg. I'm going to need you to go ahead and like the video, Angela. That's the least you can do. And then make sure your TPS report is in on time. Thank you. Maureen, thank you very much for the super chat. Or not Maureen, Leah, excuse me. How could I mistake you? Leah, thank you very much for the super chat. Just showing my love for this channel. Hugs and kisses. Hugs and kisses right back to you, Leah. We're all glad you found us here. I think you'll fit right in. And thank you again.
Brother's not emotional, but I'd love to hear from him. Did he think, or did the other sister believe that, this was real? I'd like to hear from them. And again, I could see her believing that because of these victims are hanging on to any shred of hope that, it's going to be a good outcome.
I mean, I do think it's interesting that the brother, this fighter pilot, his mind immediately went to she was kidnapped for ransom. Like Savannah told us that yesterday without even, and he didn't get there until a couple days in, James. So that was him just having the crime scene described to him by phone. He immediately went to someone stole her to extort money from us because knowing Savannah had means.
Exactly. And that's kind of what I was talking about yesterday. He was intuitively, he was putting it together. And if you've ever been through a traumatic situation, that's exactly what happens. I was actually stalked one time, and the cops were asking me, who do you think it is? And I immediately put it together. And I had no I was very young. I didn't have any training in FBI stuff or stalking or any of that, but I just put it together intuitively that it's so and so. And sure enough, that's exactly who was stalking me. So it doesn't surprise me at all that that's what happened. Again, intuition is a very powerful thing, and it operates at a subconscious level faster than a computer. And he put it together very quickly, and not surprised by it at all.
And Megan, the fighter pilot,
go ahead.
Fighter pilots, they go through all kinds of training, being taken into custody by state actors and others, and tortured, and so they go through a whole series of training where, when something goes bad, it usually goes bad pretty quickly. And with that front door prop or that back door propped open, her not being there, she obviously didn't walk away. Blood on the front doorstep. I wonder how long it was before they called him. I just think that time frame, if that time frame is correct, that is really odd to me.
Me too. I had my producers transcribe exactly what she said about when she found out. Well, she said, Mike, that's her husband's name. I'd given Mike for Christmas a boys' trip to go play tennis. And so he had been gone for the weekend. So I took my kids actually to Carson's. So we had a beautiful, fun night together. And then he came home, meaning Mike. And really, I just got home at the same time that Mike came home. We were just saying hi, putting down our stuff, and the kids were running around. And my sister called me. And I said, is everything okay? And she said, no. She said, Mom's missing. She uses the word night, that she and her kids and Carson's family had a beautiful, fun night together. So now, and she clearly found out Sunday evening. She's not talking about the next day. So, or maybe it hadn't happened on Saturday night. So it couldn't have been the night before.
Oh,
had to be Sunday night. And it was definitely Sunday night, because she's saying, you heard the rest of the soundbite that I played for you, where she's saying, have you called the hospital? She's like, I already did that. Like, it's all unfolding still. And she's like, call 911. We did that. They're here, she says. So it's like, this is Sunday night she got the call. It's very strange. I don't know how many hours elapsed between Annie Guthrie calling the cops, 911's at the house, you're calling all the hospitals, your mother's blood is there, she's missing, her purse is there, her phone is there. And you don't think to call the other sister to say, have you heard from Mom? Like, that is very strange. I don't know what it means, you guys, but it's strange.
It is. Unless she tried to call her and she didn't answer. And that's why Savannah said, is everything okay? Because I like looking at it like, oh, I missed 2 calls from my sister, Annie. I don't know, but it is strange.
I don't know. I mean, can I ask you frankly, like, do we still suspect Annie / Tomas, who she calls Tommy? The evidence that we shouldn't is Chad Ayers reporting on our air that he has a source, boots on the ground in Arizona, who says they've taken polygraphs and passed, quote, with flying colors. The sheriff who said they've been cleared, but then he backed that off a little by saying they're not suspects at this time. No one's been arrested. And Chad's other information was, quote, there are no suspects right now. Savannah saying, if you knew how much like they take care of my mom, like those two are so loving and like completely took care of Nancy, sounds like in a very loving way in Savannah's judgment. So Is it time to completely move on from Annie and Tomas? Maureen, what do you think?
No, but I'm not blaming them, but I'm not stepping away from them. I'm objective. I'm going to go wherever the evidence leads me. However, I do think it's got to be someone that knew Nancy. I don't think it was
Lumberg says, Crafty, I'm going to need you to go ahead and like the video anyway on your way out the door. Before, you were not going to like and subscribe for the first and second run through. Yeah. And your TPS reports are a little bit late. You're going to have to do something about that too.
Complete stranger. I think it was someone that interacted with her, knew how vulnerable she was, and the fact that she was vulnerable, and she also had access to a great deal of money. If in fact it was a kidnapping from the beginning, we just don't have enough information on this end of the deal right now. And if this were my case or James, we would probably love it if everyone was saying, "Hey, we don't have any suspects whatsoever. Just let people go and do what they do, and we'll just put our head down and try to solve this case."
Interesting. So that we're hoping that was a head fake thrown out to possibly throw off the suspects, if any, that they do have. Let's pray God that that's actually what is happening here, that Chad has been used by somebody trying to throw everybody or the suspects that they do have off the scent.
Well, look at the Corey Richards case. She was out free and clear, and his family was just like, what is going on? It's obvious she did it. Well, it took them a year to build the case. Oftentimes, it takes a long time to build a case. These people were pretty careful, wouldn't you say, James? With, no comms or little comms. I still think they had walkie-talkies, not jammers and stuff. I'm always going for the simpler.
No traceable comms.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, that
exactly.
first day I was with you, I said that, they're not that stupid. They have.
Yes, Bear. I'm sure it is much more professional to be committing domestic violence. What else? And committing fraud. Yes, much more professional, right, Bear?
Been caught yet. So,
right.
I think we were laughing about the gun placement and all that, but here we are 53 days later, as Megan said, and we got nothing. So I think they're laughing more than anybody.
Mitch, thank you very much for becoming a member. Members get access to the members only live streams, which is awesome. Thank you.
They're not that stupid. And, again, with regards to, they passed or quote unquote passed with quote unquote flying colors. I mean, it's NDI, no deception indicated would be what the polygrapher said. And again, they don't pass with flying colors. There's just no such thing as that. They do the test, and if there's no detection indicated, then okay, they passed. But again, I don't know, Megan, I don't know the polygrapher. I don't know if he or she has a tremendous amount of experience. They might. I don't know. I'd like to know that. I'd like to know what the control questions were. I'd like to know specifically what the questions were. So I'll give you a good example. If the question was, did you, do this? And they say, and they didn't, by the way, have anything to actually do with it physically, and they were just like paying someone to do it, they would pass on that question. If they said, no, I didn't have any, I did not do this, that would be the answer. But if they paid someone to do it, then they would pass, they would not show deception. So I'd like to know what the questions were specifically and who did it. How good is this polygrapher to let me feel a little bit better about the results.
I mean, polygraph tests are not admissible in court for a reason. And like George Costanza says in Seinfeld, it's not a lie if you believe it to be true. And I think that's accurate. That's accurate for polygraph tests. So, some George Costanza, some George can't stand your wisdom.
But again, without the body, without solving the case, I can't say that really anyone is quote unquote cleared because I have nothing, right? I still don't have the case solved, and I still don't have the body. So I'm not saying anyone's ruled out. That you might have an alibi, but it doesn't mean you didn't benefit in some way, shape, or form, and I'm just not going to say that. Again, why do that? You don't need to do that.
Why would we?
By virtue of the fact that the polygraphs took place at the sheriff's station, my guess is it's a law enforcement polygrapher, which are...
I don't think they did.
Yeah. You don't?
I don't think we know that. No, I think we believe that they took place probably at the family's homes because Ashley Banfield was suggesting people had the cop station staked out and the family had not been there.
Brian Enton reported that he thought it was at the sheriff's station. And so my only point is, no matter where it was, if the family hired a polygrapher, and as a crisis manager, I would say, let's just polygraph everyone, get it over with, and we can put that out. So you guys are off the hook, at least, So if it's a polygrapher hired by the family to conduct these interviews, that goes into one bucket, the wishy-washy one. If it's an FBI profiler or a sheriff's department profiler that's conducting this according to law enforcement protocols, that gets a lot more weight from me.
She's exactly right.
Bucket.
She's 100% right, Megan. If this was a family thing, that's a totally different thing than a law enforcement custodial type polygraph at the police station. That is a totally different thing.
And I'm just trying to remember. We can go back and check this, but if my memory serves, Brian Enton was the first to report that people were being polygraphed, and that it was happening at the sheriff's station. Because then we added to the reporting that they rarely do that at this sheriff's department, that they're not big. One of the other detectives came on the record saying it's rare for them to polygraph anybody.
And then
there was a second report later that the family had been polygraphed. And I don't know, did Brian specifically report that the family went to the sheriff's to be polygraphed?
He did not, but he heard that polygraphs were happening at the sheriff's department. And then the sheriff's department mentioned to someone that they have new hires that they were polygraphing. Polygraphing. And so, young sheriff's deputies were being polygraphed.
Oh, not potential suspects in this case.
Right. But then after that.
Okay, so we don't know. I'll tell you right now, I don't believe the family went down to the sheriff's office for a polygraph. I'm telling you, in Savannah's position, you would say, fuck off. No. If you want to polygraph me, I'll do it. I'm going to do it right here. Otherwise, it can become a media spectacle. And I'm not giving anybody videotape of me or my sister and my brother-in-law, who I already think are being unfairly smeared, walking into the police station, because this is just going to add to more speculation, and that's the last thing we need. And this sheriff is obviously trying to please Savannah. That's why he came out and said, everyone's cleared, which is not a term he could use, right? Since no one's under arrest.
And it's the DA that makes that decision anyways. It's the prosecutors that make the decision who's going to get charged.
Who's heard two words from the DA? I don't even know who the DA is. We've been covering this case how many times together? I have no idea. We never heard from the DA.
There seems to be a lot of dissonance among the leadership in Pima County, because normally in these press conferences or anything like this, you'd have everyone up there together showing unity. We're working together. We're all on the same page, fighting the good fight for the family, for the victims. I wouldn't know who the DA was if I tripped over her or him.
No, that's what Matt Murphy's been saying, James, all along. Lifetime prosecutor. Now he's doing some defense work for cops. But he's like, where's the DA? In every case I ever handled, the DA was the face of the case. The DA would be driving the direction, and the DA would be the one saying whether somebody had been cleared or not.
Yeah, it's exactly right. It's disparate, as we've kind of talked about before. Very little task force feeling, very little combination of resources. It's a lot of the Sheriff Nanos show, it feels like. And I'm with you all. I don't know who the district attorney is. I don't know even if the FBI is still involved. Last thing I heard was they were, pulling resources back to Phoenix. They called it a tactical reallocation. Well, that sounds to me as, they're not heavily involved here either. And that's not good, because you need those resources for the, all of the various things we're talking about, the evidence, the, leads, other states, other countries. You're going to need the FBI. You cannot do that alone as a Pima County sheriff. And lastly, you see a lot of bad optics here. I've been seeing a lot of videos of him, in his Corvette going to the gym every day. It's just a bad optic. I'm not saying the guy can't have a life, but certainly she's not at the gym. Miss Guthrie's not there.
Yeah. Yeah. And by the way, we're supposed to believe that an 84-year-old woman has been kidnapped and might still be out there in need of our help. Like, it isn't a good look. If Nancy it's remote, but there is a possibility that she's still alive and suffering. So go to work, work out in your basement, Stop parading around in your Corvette. And we saw it at the basketball game early on. It's so insensitive. This is why no one likes him.
It's a real bad.
I wanted to play this one soundbite. Today's piece of the Savannah interview was all emotional. It was like, it was like the typical Today Show, pull on the heartstrings. There wasn't news, but I did want to play one piece of it in light of the Nerdy report, which again is unconfirmed, but Nerdy's reporting that the second ransom note suggested she's with God. I didn't realize how bad her heart condition was, and she's with God. Here, listen to what Savannah says here, and I'll explain why I'm tying them together. SAW 25.
How can someone vanish?
Yeah.
Without a trace?
Yeah.
How? Someone knows something, even if that something is someone's been acting strange for the last. Go on.
Left my mom with 6 kids.
Oh my God.
I mean,
right. So like, you can
go on. We can't be at peace. We can't go forward. We have to know what happened to her.
it's hard to watch.
It's awful, and you can completely relate to it. I think of these poor parents who lose kids, who have missing children. And I don't know how you'd wake up, how you do anything, knowing your child was out there. And I'm sure the pain is in that neighborhood when it's your 84-year-old mom who is also a dependent in many ways. It's like I have an 84-year-old mom. It's a tough time of life. It's a tough time. And you know what? My mom is a lot like Savannah's mom. My mom also lost her husband when my mom was 44. Her mom was 49. It was a sudden heart attack for her dad and mine. My dad died at 45. Her dad died at 49. It was like, it's really crazy, some of the parallels of our lives.
Same here.
So I
My dad died
related
at
to some of this stuff.
45.
Really?
Yeah. And left my mom with 6 kids.
Oh my God.
I mean,
right. So like, you can relate to what she's feeling about her poor mom who's been through a lot and got her through a lot and now needs her to help her, but needed her before she got kidnapped, I'm sure, to help her live and maintain her independence, and now needs her to find her. But to me, I couldn't tell if Savannah was trying to telegraph there at the end, like, we think she's still alive, or just we need to know one way or the other. But she didn't sound to me like somebody who totally knew the mom was dead. And like, that would undermine the reporting from Nerdy. No offense to Nerdy, but the reporting might be incorrect, that the family hasn't sounded to me like they definitively know Nancy's dead. They've sounded to me since the first video they did, where they were like, we need to know you have her and that she's alive. Then they started to sound a little bit more like they suspected she was dead. Like, we need to celebrate with her. And they seemed less hopeful, but I haven't heard anything from them, James, suggesting they know Nancy's dead.
Yeah, she's holding out hope. And I think, unfortunately, as you work these cases, and, Maureen and I have, it's just tragic. And she's going to continue to always hold out hope. And again, if this prolongs, which I think it will, in a year from now, we still don't have the body, I think, she's obviously going to, feel more inclined to believe that her mom is gone, but not 100%.
By the way, if you're still here, please remember to like the video. Likes are free. Leave your DNA in the like button. You helped me get to over 1,000. Hopefully we're slowly increasing. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already. I usually go live a little bit after 10 p.m. Eastern to talk about true crime and current events, and I use my experience with mental health, addiction, narcissistic abuse, narcissistic family systems, and being on the autistic spectrum to give my unique insights on true crime and current events. And thank you very much for all the support I've been getting so far tonight. There's been a lot of support tonight, and I'm extremely grateful for it.
Always hold out hope that she's going to come back, that she's still alive. That's a very common, feeling of a family member. But I'm with you. I think she's not believing that her mom's gone, and that she is holding out hope that he's still there. And again, I think going back to her question, how does someone just vanish? That's where I am. And everyone collectively needs to put pressure on this sheriff or whoever's running this case, because again, I don't really know, but what is going on? Give us an update. Like hold them, like you were saying yesterday, the value of the media in this case is to continue to ask questions. Where is the district attorney? Someone should be down there with a microphone going, what are you doing? What is going on? Have we just resigned ourselves to say this case is over? That is unacceptable, right? Like that's the purpose of this. Continue to put pressure on them so that it's not acceptable that nothing has happened and there are no leads and we can't find this lady, because that's going to set a precedent that's just how we act around here. And that is not what we want to be doing.
It is weird. Like, Maureen, if I were Sheriff Nanos, I'd call a presser.
Yeah.
Like, there's no better way to get the media re-interested in this case than call a presser. Give us the latest update. Whatever you have, I'm sure he's got a couple of nuggets that he could feed to the media to get people re-interested in this. But why don't they?
I have no idea why, but it could be as simple as, hey, we got 12,000 tips overall, and we did a triage, and all the strong tips went to the top of the list. We're working our way down. We have another 600 to go. We're still, but I think, honestly, part of the reason why the FBI pulled the resources back to Phoenix is they're going to be in their own space. They're going to have, they're going to have all the FBI resources, but it also creates distance between them and Nanos, so they can just do what they want to do. And it also gives breathing room to the detectives in Pima County that are assigned to that task force, so they can just work with the FBI and stay a little bit away from the drama.
If she was taken by kidnappers because Savannah is well known and has money, and the first ransom demand came in and they believe it, Savannah to this moment believes it was from the people who took her mom, why didn't they pay? Truly, I know they didn't give proof of life, but she's telling us.
That's the answer. The answer is there was no proof of life. Why are you going to give a large sum when there's no proof she's even alive? You're just not going to.
She believed she was communicating with the people who had Nancy. Like, would the FBI have been saying, even though you believe it, we suspect, we got a hunch this is them, don't pay without proof of life?
Well, we don't know how many ransom notes they got, because she mentioned in that last clip that of all the ransom notes, well, we only know of 3. My guess is the other ones went to either the Pima County Sheriff or the FBI, in which case we don't know about those. So maybe the FBI is like, listen, we have one here, one at Pima County, and this other one, and let's give the money to whoever comes up with the proof of life. I don't know. There's got to be a method to that.
Well, that's exactly right. And were the FBI even in the
James,
room?
they would have taken Nancy back, dead or alive.
Oh yeah.
So it's like, is proof of life even what they're actually looking for? It's like proof that you did it is really right. Like, that's we should play the message where they said, yeah, okay, this is Saturday night. They've received both ransom notes from the Bitcoin guy saying, this is the person that Harvey said, this is what she was wearing. She had the Apple Watch and exactly the placement of it. Take a look at this floodlight, and had deadlines in it, and had 4 million and then 6 million, and then talked about 12 hours of the Tucson area. Like, they've received a very detailed ransom note and then a follow-up that may or may not have said, we didn't know how sick she was and she's with God. We don't have, that's unconfirmed. But here's what the family said, having had all that and knowing this is Saturday night, that the last they've missed the first deadline, which was Thursday for 4 million. The last deadline is coming of Monday for 6 million. Here's SOP 44.
We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
But still, they didn't, James. They still didn't pay. Even if you believe in that message, they now believe she's dead. Maybe Nerdy's right. Maybe the second note did say the terrible things. But she's saying there, we will pay. And that she actually didn't even ask for proof of anything there. It's just, to me, it's very confusing unless the FBI was telling her, don't pay one dime until we get a hair or a picture or something to prove this is not a scammer.
Yeah, I certainly believe there were FBI and law enforcement off camera who were assisting with that video, and certainly they're not going to throw good money away if there's no chance that this is legitimate. But here again, a great question. Sheriff Nanos, FBI, District Attorney, what happened? Why didn't they pay? Did they want to pay? Please tell us what is going on. Again, nothing.
Why didn't Hoda ask that?
Well, that you nailed all that yesterday with regards to what that was, whether it was a journalistic deep dive interview or it was two friends on a couch, right?
Or something that they're trying to paint as two friends on a couch.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought it was very telling that Carson Daly admitted in the roundtable afterward that none of them had been in touch with Savannah throughout this entire ordeal.
Wow.
And yet Hoda is there like crying, fake crying. I'm sorry, but she was fake crying. She kept wiping away tears that weren't there. Look at it. I watched it on my computer where my big screen is like 12 inches from me. There were no tears in her eyes. There were no tears coming down her face. Savannah was crying. They were real tears.
Yes.
And she kept wiping away tears that weren't there. Hoda kept sniffling. She was like, she kept interjecting with her. Yes. It's like, just stop.
I know it
Be
sounded
a
like a little.
journalist. That's what you're here for.
Yeah. Like her constant yes in the background. It was distracting.
It was off-putting. It was distracting, and she didn't do her job, which is the very basic. Why did you believe that actually was from the kidnapper? Why did you believe that? And then the obvious follow-up, if you believed it was real, why didn't you pay?
Right.
She could say, I'm not going to answer that. That's fine. We get that all the time. I've had a nickel for every time I've had to ask an uncomfortable question of somebody, including people I know and like, but I have to do it because it's my journalistic duty. I've had many people come on the show saying, I'll come on, but I'm not going to be able to answer the following things. And I'll say, you do whatever you're going to have to do. I'm going to have to do what I'm going to have to do. And it's your duty. Right. Truly, this is not a small deal. You know, it's your duty as a journalist. This is the biggest interview in the country this week. And she completely fell down on the job. Why didn't you pay then? And to your point earlier, Maureen, what do you mean the door was propped open? The back door was propped open?
With what?
With what?
Yeah.
Very simple. Would that have been so? If you're going to tell us it was propped open, why wouldn't you say with what?
Unless they wanted her to keep that secret. But I agree with you. I just the other thing with the payment situation, when they said you can go to any post office, let us know which one, and we'll have the cash there ready for you. And the interviews after that with me, I think it was with you, where Fitz and I were both like, yeah, that's a great idea, but we're both thinking exactly what the perpetrators are thinking. Like, that's unsurvivable. There's no way I'm going to walk into a United States post office, get a giant duffel bag of millions of dollars, and then walk out and not get caught. So I think they're just at the point where these perpetrators need to cut their losses, because Nancy's gone. And I actually think that, I actually believe that Savannah knows her mom's gone. I don't see any hope left for her to be alive, but I do think they have hope that they'll be able to bring her home and have a celebration of life. So I just think the bad guys are just like, we're never going to. I think they're getting more comfortable right now, by the way, because when Savannah said, if they've been acting strange for the last 8 weeks, sure. But they got away with it for 8 weeks now. And to Jim's point of, how many days it's been so far, they're starting to get comfortable again. Whoever this person or these people are, they're starting to get comfortable again because they're still walking around.
I think Maureen's right about that. I mean, they've gotten away with it for 50-something days. Nancy not found, no direct leads to them, no warrants for their arrest, no nothing. So they might be getting a little cocky. Who knows? Although in this day and age, I don't know how cocky you can get. I mean, people can solve these crimes decades later now.
I mean, there's still $1 million reward out there for information leading to the identification of the perpetrator or the finding of Nancy. It's still possible someone could say, I want that $1 million. It's possible the family could raise the reward still. And I mean, I guess it's possible that somebody who hasn't seen that guy's picture will now. We talked about how the billboards were insufficient that they're putting up all around the Southwest because they only showed Nancy. They don't show the picture of that guy. Well, guess what? After our discussion, they actually changed the billboards. Good. It was amazing. Jennifer Coffender noted that on her X feed. So they did change the billboards and now his picture's on them. So it's possible. You know this guy, you're married to this guy, you employ this guy, and you don't know. You know, a lot of people don't even follow the news. You know, they just live their lives. Those are the happy people. And they haven't seen this picture a million times like we all have. And they see this picture, like there's still some hope. I do want to show one thing Savannah said. We have 90 seconds left. Do I have time? Let's play SOT 23 quickly.
But faith is how I will stay connected to my mom. God is how I'm holding hands with my mom. And I won't let sadness win for her. She taught me. See, I saw her grieve. I saw her world shatter. I saw it. And I saw her get up. And I saw her believe. And I saw her love. And I saw her hope. And I saw her smile. And I saw her laugh. I saw her joy. I saw her love of the world and adventure. I saw her belief. I saw her faith. She taught me. She taught all of us
How to handle this. A final gift from mother to daughter. It's awful. That's why we stay on this. That's why you guys come on, and we'll continue to until we have answers. Thank you, James. Thanks, Maureen.
Thank you, Megan.
Thanks to all of you for.
That's James Fitzgerald. So I was right. I was right about that. But all right, folks. We're coming up on 5 hours of stream here. But it's about time to wrap it up because I'm tired. It's 3:46 a.m. where I am. Drop your times. Drop your times in the live chat. I'd like to see what time zones you're all in. We're just saying the lyrics, animal. Not to you. We bounce the lyrics off of everybody here. 3:46. This is usually much later than I normally go. 7:46 a.m. Holy mackerel. So that's 4 hours in front. England, 3 a.m. It's animals on my time, pretty much. Leah's in my time zone. Which state you in, Leah? Lauren's an hour behind me. Heather's in my time zone. I didn't realize you were here, Heather. Welcome. Reggie's an hour behind me. The old Chicago. Rooster's 3 hours behind. He's a Cali boy. A Cali man. Same with Lindsay, a Cali gal. Jane, clearly a night owl like me. D, yep. So Teresa and Rooster, they're over there on that West Coast. Oh my Lord, the Philippines, OSF, my friend's in the Philippines, or he goes to the Philippines six months a year. We had a good chat though tonight. I mean, as far as the thumbnail is concerned, like I said, that deputy was arrested for kidnapping because he tried to bribe a woman and say, I can help you with your case if you sleep with me. And then he showed her some explicit material of himself on his phone, then said, can you show me your boobs? And she did. But then he was arrested for kidnapping. Could be close to, I don't know what else they'd get him for. A form of exploitation of power as well. Abuse. Well, we're glad you found us, Leah. You have a great night too. Almost Heaven, West Virginia in the chat. That's where my brother is. Correct, Lauren. I don't think it had anything to do with it. It's just an indictment more so on the Pima County Sheriff's Department because that person was only 22 and they snuck through the cracks. That person shouldn't have been able to do that. But goes to show you they didn't have their fingers on the pulse with him. I'll say that. That guy was probably waiting to do that. He couldn't wait to abuse his power. He'd probably done it before. Tennessee. I like Tennessee. I don't know about that risk. This one's gotten pretty popular. Eva. I didn't realize Eva was in here. She was earlier. But glad Eva's here. She's an Oregon. West Coast girl. California dreaming. That's what Rooster's doing. Peace and love to you too, Leah. My bedtime too, Reggie. The Hooters Club. Sarah makes it sound so inappropriate. Mina, welcome. Oh, it's all good. Everyone's welcome here, like I said. Check me out on the old Book of Faces, Leah. Jared Mello on Facebook. Everyone should check me out on Facebook, Jared Mello. That's actually my biggest following. I don't ever talk about it. Maybe I should. Eve, welcome, Eve. Got Arizona, Tucson, scene of the crime in the house. We have to pry you for knowledge at a point, Eve. You're going to be our nose to the ground. Your ear to the ground. I guess that's the expression, right? Ear to the ground, not nose to the ground. Well, that doesn't sound too good, animal. Oh, you do, Leah. I knew that. I'll have to make sure. I'll have to take a look. Leah Marie is what your name is on Facebook. I don't know too much about Discord. I know about Telegram. Telegram and Reddit I use much more. Right on, Lori. Yes, lock your doors out there, folks, in Tucson. Everywhere, for that matter. Make sure your loved ones are safe. Remember Maureen's advice from yesterday. If you're going to be in a situation like that when someone's trying to abduct you, throw your phone over something heavy. Know what you would throw it under in each room, because if you wait till the moment, you're not going to think of it. You'll panic. But when you're prepared, you'll know. And then she said also call someone, call 911, leave it under the thing. All practical advice. I'm going to come up with a new Telegram. Autumn. Thank you, Lindsay. I'll be looking forward to that. But all right, folks. I'm tired. We broke someone's YouTube virginity tonight. Michelle's. Happy to do so, Michelle. You held out for the right channel. How about that? Yes, I'm sure, Maureen, all sorts of things they can charge him with for that. They probably just wanted to do the most serious one. I guess kidnapping's the most serious. But they'll do all of them. There's no reason why not. Thank you, Leah. Appreciate you, Lindsay. Thank you. But all right, guys. Over and out, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for all the super chats, super stickers, memberships, the hoodie snacks. Make sure you comment on the video once it's posted too. And I'll be seeing you all tomorrow night. So over and out, folks. I appreciate you all. That's all you want, Mina? What is it that you want? Thank you, Teresa. Thank you, Rooster. Thank you to the mods, Songbits, Miss Kim, Livin. Livin's not here, though. We had a packed show tonight. It was a good house. The weekends are a good house. Smart move, Reggie. Politics is stressful. Ah, interesting, Christy. All right, guys. Have a great night.